Good morning, party people. How are you this morning? I am doing well. I was getting super distracted there, looking on my phone, getting sucked into the YouTube world. I was randomly watching this guy like paint, where they do the paintings where they've just put dots of different colors on the painting and then they use pretty much everything but a paintbrush to then make the painting. Yeah, I was watching him paint some people in the rain and it's cool. It's a unique technique. Though by the end I felt like his proportions were slightly off. So his people were kind of walking amongst sequoia that were cherry blossoms, which I don't think was his intent, but it still looked cool and it is, woo, sorry, way better than anything that I could do. So, how are you guys doing today? I'm going to be reading today. I'll be on until 5 o'clock. I will be starting by reading The Arabian Nights, Tale of a Thousand and One Nights. Sorry, I'm really overexposed. I'll fix that when go to our first sprint. Um, Here, if I move back a little bit, that'll help. And yeah, I'll also be moving on to Dorian Gray. I need to do 60 pages in that today. I will be, and then I'll be spending most of the rest of the day working on Jonathan Strange. I do have my candy. This is how I like bagged it. So, and I do have my coffee. So, as Jamie recommended, I think it was Jamie who recommended that I try it with coffee to see if that helped. I'm skeptical. And then I still have 2 flavors of candy from last week that I didn't try, so we'll see how that goes. But anyway, let me know how you are doing this morning. And Donna says, good morning, Donna. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. And you're going to clean up your desk, figure out your April TBR. Very nice. I did that earlier, no, later last week. I did it at some point last week. And going to be reading most of the day. Nice. Very nice. Are your kids on spring break too? My son is on spring break this week, so that's nice. And good morning, Paul. How are you? I am having a great day so far. How about yourself? I hope you are as well. And Paul, I don't know what is with my timing. Every time you're on, I see you're on because I get, the notifications. And I'm like, awesome, Paul's on. I'm just going to go do this one thing and then I'm going to sit down and read because I know Paul will be sitting there reading for a while. No. I don't know what happens. I get distracted by something, and the next thing I know, I swear every single time I go on and your stream just ended like 30 minutes ago. And I'm like, "Come on." And like this despite the fact that you're like there for hours. I'm like, "What am I doing?" I know what I'm doing right now, which is avoiding reading Jonathan Strange. That's what happened yesterday. Good morning, Anne. How are you? Trying to finish Killers of the Flower Moon. The book is much better than the movie. Oh, interesting. I have heard of that book. I'm assuming that means you like how the book is going. And Paul said, after I get more awake, I hear that, I will be reading Tangled Threads by Jennifer S. Estep. Interesting. Never heard of that. Paul says hi to Anne. Hello, Brittany. How are you? Just hopping on your walking pad for the first chat. Very nice. Have you had a walking pad for a while, Brittany, or did you just get it? I don't remember. I know we've all talked about walking pads a lot, and either way, do you like it? Do you love it? Do you're like, okay, it's all right, not as good as I was hoping? Like, let me know, share the deets. And good morning, Kay, or good afternoon to you. Yes, that is true. And it's going to be a long day. Was going to nap this morning, but the builder's upstairs since 8 a.m. Oh, no. I can't stand that. Construction's hard enough, especially if it's potentially not your own construction, and either way, they start way too early. And Paul says hi to Brittany. And Lynn, good morning. How are you doing this morning? I will be reading Inkblood Sister Scribe. Nice. I've heard good things about that. And Radio Silence. I have not heard of that one. And working on Magical Readathon TBR. Nice. Are you hosting that or is somebody else hosting the Magical Readathon? And Kay says, reading the picture of Dorian Gray. Yeah, I'll be joining you at some point, Kay. Hello, Isa. How are you? How are you doing today? What are your plans for the day? Paul says hi to Lynn and Kay. Hello, Alex. How are you? Good morning. I started Night Bloom by Peace. Adozo Medi yesterday, barely. I'm gonna get as far as I can today. Fair enough. Sounds good. What was the other book that they wrote? Because that name sounds very familiar, but I don't feel like it's for that book. Let me know if you know. Donna says my kid's spring break was last week. Oh, okay, okay, okay. But they have a long weekend this weekend for Easter. Nice. Very nice. And Kay says hello to Paul. And Cinda is here. Good morning, Cinda. How are you? Reading Heal Your Knees. Okay, is that nonfiction? Like actually heal your actual knees? Or is that like a fiction book? And if so, what is that about then? And Paul says hello to Cinda. Paul, just a regular greeting party. And good morning, Coda. How are you today? Oh, you have one chapter left in today's pages. Did you read last night or have you been like up forever, Coda? Or was it a combination of two? You stayed up forever last night reading. And yeah. Okay, Coda, give me the smallest spoiler in terms of like, has it picked up the pace? That's what I want to know. Cherie says, good morning to you, Cherie. Just made dinner for the fam for tonight and getting ready for work, reading The Color of a Lie by Kim Johnson. Ooh, interesting. Oh, Issa, you're reading Wuthering Heights? Is this your first time? Is it a reread? How are you liking it? Are you liking it? Let me know. And Brittany says you got it in January. Okay, okay. I remember somebody was recently getting one, so maybe it was you. But needing to get consistent with it. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And you know what? If you're using it more than not, I would say that's consistent so far. You know, progressive. Paul says, hi, Cherie and Isa. Wow, what just happened? Paul said hi to Cherie and Isa. Brittany said hi to Paul. Good morning, good morning. Anne says, I have the biography of J. Edgar Hoover that won the Pulitzer. Have I seen the picture of that one? I don't think so. I have not read it, but it may be next. Very cool. Let me know how it goes. And Paul says hi to Alex. Good morning, Jaleesa. How are you doing? Hi to Coda from Paul. Alex says, cover says author of Reese's book club pick his only wife. Nope, that's not sounding familiar either. Okay. Maybe it's not who I thought it was. And Cinda says nonfiction. Okay. I was like, because if that's fiction, what is that book gonna be about? I have bone on bone. Oh, that's so painful. I'm so sorry, Cinda. Yes, I bet you are miserable, and I would totally be reading a book about that as well. So I hope you find something super helpful in that. Kay says Jonathan Strange memories coming back to you. Ooh, very nice. I'm looking forward to it. I'm still really tempted, Kay, to click on your comment. I so want to see what you had to say about it, but I won't. I'm gonna finish it first. Good morning, Vanessa. How are you doing? And Lynn says, magical readathon is G from Book Roast. Oh, okay. Okay, she does the Aurelium. Oh, okay. This is the Aurelium magical readathon. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. I have heard of that one. And Donna says, I am finishing one of the smut books from last night, Hot Daddy Sauce. Nice. Start 3 books, hoping to finish them by the end of the week. Okay, well, depending on the length of the books, that could be totally readable. I mean, doable. Readable. Let's hope they're readable. Coda says hello to Donna, Paul, and Brittany K, Lynch, Lisa, Vanessa, and everyone else. And Vanessa says, hey, Coda. Issa says, yes, it is my first time reading. Oh, yes. Yep. Nope. That just about sums it up, Issa. I'm always like, and this is a love story. How? It's not. It's not. It's something else. And Donna says hello to Coda, and Cherie says hi, and Brittany says, or Brittany, I read Brittany, but Vanessa is saying to Brittany, um, I just set mine up yesterday. Okay, and you got yours. Okay, because I remember we talked about walking pads at one point. Finally feel well enough after your procedure to get active again. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. It sounds like it's progressing along really well for you, Vanessa. So I'm very happy for you. And Jaleesa says hello to Coda. And Lynn says, or August, you can't remember. Okay, too early to remember dates with no coffee. That is true. So fair enough. And hello, Heather. How are you doing today? You got behind on Jonathan Strange, Mr. Norrell's schedule this weekend because I did a reread of The Secret Garden for a book club. Such a great spring read. That is so true. I need to reread The Secret Garden. It was never my favorite book as a kid, but I didn't dislike it either. And I did reread it multiple times as a kid, but I haven't reread it probably since high school. And it would have been like early high school if it was high school. Kay says, "Ooh, I had the bone to bone knees. Horrid. Yup. Yup." Lynn says hello to Coda, Paul, Vanessa, and hi to all. Vanessa says hi to Lynn. And Coda says, I've been up since 4:45 a.m. and it's 7 now. Oh, you haven't been reading the whole time. It's at least back to okay. That's okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, I agree. Once it's back to that plot, it's at least interesting what's going on with them. These chapters have been better than the last couple days worth. I know that was, I don't know if it was better or worse that that's what we had over the weekend, Coda. Maybe it was better because we had more time for it. Because if like I had have had to sit down and read them all together all at once, like no breaks, just to get it done before going to sleep, I don't know if it would have happened. And Kay says, picture of Dorian Gray is a hoot. This might be my favorite classic to date. Really, Kay? Oh my gosh. I'm really hoping you can make the discussion on Saturday because I want to hear about that. I have a lot of thoughts about Dorian Gray. Um, and I don't dislike it, but like I really don't think it's gonna end up being like a top favorite. So I'm always curious to like hear what people have to say who like really, really love it more than I do and really, really dislike it more than I do. And Cinda says, do you do sprints every Monday? Yes, I do. Yes. So I hope you can make it. So every Monday I do at least 9 to 2. Today I will be able to do 9 to 5. So, but yeah, every Monday. And I usually post when I'll do the sprint sometime over the weekend. So usually by Sunday you'll see it posted. But if not, I'm usually here on Mondays at 9, even when I forget. And Brittany says hello to Coda. Vanessa says is laughing at Donna. Are you enjoying it? Yeah. That's the question, isn't it, Vanessa? Because if not, like, and Alex says that magical readathon is so impressive. I haven't participated since she started with Aurelium because I was intimidated by how complex it is. Okay, that's fair. I have way too many like things going on to figure out Aurelium this year, but maybe 1 year. And Heather says, Kay, we need to discuss Dorian after you're three-fourths through. Yeah, true. How far are you into Dorian, Kay? That that may be a question because there are a lot of things to like about the book, but then there's like certain chapters and other things. Brittany says, "Yeah, Vanessa, walking buddies. Yeah, that's true because you're both on." Kay said, "I am at chapter 9 in Dorian." Okay, very nice. You already answered. Donna says, "Yes, you actually." Okay, very nice. And Lynn says, "Anyone who has a walking pad, what are some good brands?" Yep, I asked that too at one point, Lynn. I'm like, yeah, let us know. Except then I realized, wow, I really don't want to buy a walking pad before I move and pay the price to move the walking pad I just bought. So it's gonna have to wait. And Coda says, I want one. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. What brands did you end up with? Kay says, awaiting chapter 11 soon. Yeah, you've heard about chapter 11, right, Kay? Have we built it up enough for you? And Coda says, laugh out loud, Lynn, pinch punch. Yeah, poke, rather poke. Vanessa says, The Secret Garden was your favorite book as a child. Oh, nice. I think my favorite book was like Some Girl in the Swamp with Butterflies. Does that ring a bell? Like, I really loved Anna Green Cable, and then there was, like, some book about some girl, and she was in some sort of swampy forest thing, and there were butterflies, and I swear those words were in some way part of the title. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, please let me know. Lynn says, as a kid, The Secret Garden was everything to you. Oh, did you like the adaptation too? And Kay said, I just bought The Secret Garden for April to see if you remember it. Oh, very nice. I hope you enjoy it, Kay. Heather says, Vanessa, The Secret Garden is the first real book I remember reading. I think it is responsible for making me a reader. Oh, that's so sweet. I used to read Ramona Quimbley. That was the book that made me love reading. And I read that book over and over again, and then all the books in the series. And Vanessa says, my first books I remember were Laurel Ingalls Wilder's. Oh, you ate those up? I thought those books were so boring, Vanessa. I wanted to like them though, but I don't remember. I just didn't. I don't remember why. Other than that, I thought they were boring, but a lot of other people liked them. So then I thought, what was wrong with me? And Vanessa says to Donna, it was the best book we got over the weekend. Oh no, did it go downhill from there? Alex says, okay, once I get through my stack of library books, I need to reread Dorian Gray. Y'all are doing so well hyping it. Oh, oh no. Yeah, no, it's good. It's interesting. Do reread it. And hello, Keisha. Good morning. I'll be reading Dorian Gray too. Yay! Currently on chapter 11. Okay. Ooh, yeah. May the force be with you. Brittany says, I think I got a city sport. Cool. And Vanessa says, Lynn, the one I got is the Spirax brand. I would also just double check weight limits because you don't want to break the product for failing to look at the restrictions if that's an issue for you. Yep, that's a good point. I know some of them, height is also a big factor. If you are particularly tall and have a long stride, that can sometimes be a concern. And Vanessa said hers went up to 320. Very good. Good morning, Charles. How are you doing this morning? I hope you are well. Good morning, Samira. You're reading the second book in the Tattered and Torn series by Catherine Cowles. Very nice. Well, welcome. Good morning. Nice to have you here this morning. Sarvasha, hello. Good morning. Working but listening to Mona Lisa Vanishes, a group book for middle grade March. Oh, very nice. Sounds good. I think I remember you talking about that last week as well. And I saw you in some sprint over the weekend, Sarvasha, but I don't remember whose sprint it was, and I think they were towards the end. So I didn't end up saying hi to like anybody. I don't even know if I said hi like in the chat at all, but I did see you. And Coda says, Charles. And Anne says, oh, to Vanessa, my favorite books were the Nancy Drew mysteries. Oh yeah, those were too scary for me, Anne. Like they were too tense. I couldn't do it. I'd have bad dreams. I'd be all like tense on my bed. And my mom finally made me stop reading them. Alex says, I think I skipped all those kids' classics. Never read Anne, Secret Garden, or Little Women, and not the Little House book either. Are you even a reader? Maybe you just became a reader later in life, and that's totally fine. And Heather says, yes, love Ramona. Haven't thought of those in ages. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I loved Ramona. She was life for me. And Coda says, you were Goosebumps and a Fear Street kid. Yep, you graduated to Coots and then King. Yeah, that's true, huh? A little progression there. And Charles said, hello, friends. 75% through Daughter of No Worlds and loving it. Nice. Also starting Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. Ooh, sounds like you're going to have two good back-to-back reads. Christina says, good morning, beautiful people. Good morning, beautiful Christina. Getting some coffee and hugging the like button. Thank you, Christina. And Samira says, I wasn't into classics as a kid, but now I want to get into them more. The first one was Jane Eyre. Ooh, how did you like Jane Eyre? Let me know. And if you liked Jane Eyre for somewhat completely biased reasons, I would recommend reading David Copperfield. It is a very similar, like, coming of age story, but with a boy instead of a girl, and significantly less depressing and sad and moody. Though there's still sad and depressing things in it at times. And Alex says, I had such a blast reading the Ramona books to my kids. Stockard Channing narrates the audiobooks. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. And Lynn says, thanks, Vanessa. I will look into it. And Coda's given hearts to Christina and says to Alex, same. I only read Anna Green Gables last month. This month, it was one of those. Uh, I think it was this month. I don't remember, Coda. Yeah, but like the beginning of this month seems like it was months ago. Christina says, Coda. Charles says, I read a bunch of Kuntz back in the day. Intense. Ooh, I don't know if I can do intense. I get like very tense reading tense scenes in books. Vanessa says, leaving you up, gotta get ready to meet with a friend this morning. Ooh, have fun with your meeting. Thanks, Vanessa. And Paul says, I'm going to have a classic-a-thon in December. Ooh, sign me up, Paul. That sounds like my cup of tea. I'm all for it. And Samira says, I did like it. I did a buddy read with my friend, and we both thought it was pretty modern for its time and was a surprising read for us. Oh, good. Yeah, it is a surprising read. There's so many interesting things going on, shall we say. And Christina says hi to Vanessa and Brittany, and oops, gets a hi right back. And Coda says, I have a ton of them, Charles, but I only read a small percentage. Oh, interesting. Took a long break from reading between high school and my 30s. Yep. And my favorite was Lightning, and I still think about that book and need to reread it. Ooh, sounds good, Coda. And hello, Francesca. How are you? Good morning. Happy to find some friends to sprint with tonight. Yes, reading Foundation and Empire. Well, welcome. I haven't had you here before, but thanks for joining us. And I'm assuming that you are somewhere on the opposite side of the world from me because it is morning for me, but sounds like it is evening or night for you. So glad to have you here. Christina says hi to Donna and gets a hi back from Brittany. Christina says, and to all I missed, I know. I love Coots, says Paul. Oh, I haven't read anything by him. Good morning, Storm. I was going to say, are you getting your coffee at Hardee's? Hope you have a good morning, Storm, and a good coffee with friends. And Donna says hi to Christina, and Storm gets a hi. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put us into our first reading sprint, but I'm going to start by trying my candy. So this is the coconut cream that I tried last week. This is the one that I feel like has the best chances of going well with my coffee. And hello, Tokyo Chemist. How are you? Yes, going to join us before you fall asleep. Sounds good. Oh, okay. You are also in Japan. Okay, so you are also joining us late at night. Very nice. Two back to back. And Storm says hi to Paul. And Keisha says, I loved the Foundation adaptation at Apple TV. And hi to Stormy. And hi to Queen Christina. All right. Here we go. So this is coconut cream candy from Puerto Rico and my coffee to wash it down, if nothing else. I remember this one wasn't that bad, right? Oh, nope, nope. That was a wrong memory. Oh, no. The coffee doesn't help. It made it worse. It melted it faster. That was horrible. Instead of a slow, whatever that crusty flavor is, it was a flash through my mouth. Oh gosh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to try the other ones like that because I'll just try the two flavors I haven't tried and maybe go back to some of the ones that I liked. Tokyo Chemist says hi to Francesca, Japan buddies. Yes, you guys are. That's so cool. Storm says hi to Christina. Hang on, I need some more coffee. Oh gosh. Maybe, oh, you know what? I also have caramel flavored coffee, so maybe that was just not working out. Coda says lightning is the best about a guy who goes back in time multiple times to save a girl at various points in her life. Oh, each time she makes it a little older and something else happens. Ooh, kind of like a time loopy type of thing. I like books like that. There was another book that I read recently, Life After Life by Kate Atkinson, was had similar elements in terms of going back over and over again. And I learned that Nietzsche actually had like a whole theory named after that because it gets mentioned in that book over and over again. And Anne says, if you want to try Kuntz, what is a good starting point? Great question. Christina says hello to Kay. And yeah, and then you guys are responding. Yeah, no, it did not go well, guys. It did not go well. And hello, book nerd. How are you? Oh, glad you caught that. And good morning, Kiana. How are you? And Francesca says hello to her Japan buddy, Tokyo Chemist. And Kay says, yeah, torture. Yeah, I am torturing myself. Like, and not just for your benefit. I like these are like I have a whole bunch of candy. I really want it to work out, and it's really not. And Sarvasha says, oh no. Yeah, yeah, candy is so subjective. In terms of like what tastes good. I mean, even like American candy, I don't like at all. Like my husband, he loves malt balls. No, nope, there's no version of that I want. Coda says, and go with Lightning. I haven't read enough of his books to truly give good advice, but Lightning is great, and I'm happy to buddy read. Maybe May. April is looking booked. Yeah, is that pile of buddy reads getting large there, Coda? And Sarasha says the coffee made it worse. Yeah, it made me laugh too, Sarasha. So it's okay. I was not expecting that, but it like went downhill really fast with the coffee. Charles says, I remember Strangers by Kuntz the best. Wow, there is a big group in here. Party, yeah, good times. And good morning, Vargas. How are you? And good morning. Yes, good morning. Did you come in just in time for the candy tasting? And Lynn says, hello to Sarvasha. In my experience, coffee and coconut, not a good mix. Well, I do put like actual, like, I'll put coconut milk in my coffee. I have done like the creamed coconut. I have done coconut oil in my coffee, just not coconut cream candy. Apparently, that's one step too far. Yeah, you really want to watch the Foundation adaptation, but want to get through the books first. That makes sense. And Coda says, good morning to Kiana and Stormy. And have you liked any of the candy? Good question, Keisha. I did like one. There was a ginger candy that was like a ginger coconut mix, and it was a little sweeter than I like my candy. But if I had small bits like after dinner, that one I did not mind. And there was one other flavor, which I don't remember, but it was not the compost one. And Paul says you might like The Husband. That is a good read by Coons. Very good. I just lost the comment because it just jumped. And Vargas says, I'm good. Thanks. How are you? I'm doing well. Hi, Dee Dee. How are you this morning? And says, Coda, I have more books to read than I will ever finish. Yeah, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful, Anne. I'm hopeful I will get through all of mine. Uh, Samira says, I hate almond joy. Oh, I love mounds more, but almond joy is nice. Oh, yeah, see? So I probably won't like this either. Oh, yeah, true. If you're not a coconut fan, all the candies are coconut based. Coda says, I remember False Memory being a good Kuntz as well. The Bad Place was good. Oh, and you know what? I loved Life Expectancy and read that one just a few years ago. Okay. Lightning is on KU here in UK. Okay, that might be a good place to start. Good morning, Patricia. How are you? You're reading What the River Knows. Ooh, I've heard of that one. At 270 out of 404. Dee says hello to everyone. Christina says, sorry, but it was a little fun for you. Yeah, it's fun for you guys every time, isn't it? Laugh out loud and same. There are at least 900 here in my house that I've never read. Yeah, it happens. Hey, you actually need to get 100 more codas so you can officially have a home library. Because I heard 1,000 is how many you need for it to be a technical library. Issa says, I enjoyed the Foundation trilogy and started watching the series. One a couple of episodes in, so I can't tell how good it is yet. Fair enough. And almost at the bottom, I think Christina says, why do they never mix the dark chocolate with the almonds? Yeah, true. Kuntz is such a prolific writer. Yes. And so is like Patterson and others like that. Yeah. I keep saying books multiply in my office. That's true, Anne. I mean, I feel like enough, but still want the dark. Yeah, I go for mounds when I feel like that. And coconut is one of those food gambled. Sometimes it's good and sometimes it is a hard no. True, true. And Samira says, right, Christina? I like dark chocolate and almonds would be delicious. Yeah. Oh, you have over 1,200. Oh, okay. Oh, but you've read some of them. That's true. I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah, so you're good. It's Coda's library. It's just own it. Own it. You can't get rid of all of them. And Alex says, I wish mounds were milk chocolate. I could do without the almond and the almond joy. Yeah, so then you have, yeah. Oh, and you want the mounds to be a milk chocolate. Hmm. Oh, yeah, I could see that. And who are you kidding? You eat them both. Yeah, same. Coda says physical books, not including Kindle, which aren't. Okay. Well, if you have the space and still reading David Copperfield. Oh gosh, yes, I love David Copperfield. Yeah, and Judy Blume is good too, but David Copperfield, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. I love that book. It just got better and better and better and better for me. And Paul says, Coda and Charles, have you read any of the horror by Kuntz? When he writes under Brian Coffey in the 70s or 80s. Interesting. And Keisha says, I just ordered a bunch of books from Blackwell's from the International Booker Prize list, so they keep piling up. Yeah, I know. It's weird how that happens. We buy books and they seem to just add to themselves. And dark chocolate almondy goodness. Yes, I appreciate no almonds in the dark chocolate because of allergies. Oh, that makes sense then. That's the only chocolate you like, and you don't have to worry about it. Very nice. And Kay says Judy Bloom Blubber was life changing. I never read that one. That's interesting, Kay. And hi to Dee Dee. Okay. So I might have more comments come in, but for now, we will wait to see them until we get back. I'm going to start our first sprint. Now I can't even talk. Our first sprint with 45 minutes, and then we'll come back and I'll let you guys vote for the next ones. So I will see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, hello. Welcome back. I was getting sucked into Dorian Gray. Such an interesting book. So yeah, I read 10 pages in The Arabian Nights, and that went really well. And in fact, the story that I read was so crazy. It was basically this vizier. Now, mind you, this is a very like Arabic Muslim based story. So the Quran is like quoted all over the place. So this vizier of one of the sultans, or it might have even been the sultan's son, they're like going to help the army in Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire. And on the way there, he sends his men ahead of him, and he's like watching over the army. And he decides to take a nap on his horse. His horse keeps going as he's used to, but because he's on his own, his horse kind of wanders off and they end up somewhere. And he's on like the edge of this woods. And he goes into the woods, and there he discovers this group of women. But they're white women, as in white Christian women, because they have to mention that to distinguish between the other beautiful Arab Muslim women that they're running into. And they're all living in this random convent in the woods, but they're not in the convent. They're all outside the convent wrestling this one other girl who's the most beautiful amongst them. And so so all of a sudden you have this wrestling scene where he's watching these girls wrestle one another until she's conquered all the other girls that she's wrestling, and it's now just down to her and this old woman who's like, "Oh yeah, you think you're so good?" Mind you, the old woman, I'm pretty sure, is like the head of the convent. And she's like, "Yeah, I'm going to take you too." And the old woman's like, "No, you can't take me." So then they wrestle, and then he wrestles her. And I was like, when did this turn into a wrestling match? So it was just the craziest thing. And there was farting involved. And all these stories are so wild, guys. They just go all over the place. Anyway, I know there was a lot of chatting, so let me get to these comments. Let me know how you did during that sprint. And I only got like a couple of pages of Dorian Gray in, but I'm almost at the end. I am, yeah, like 20 pages from the end, so I will probably be able to finish it in our next sprint. So let's see how you guys did. And Coda says, back to the conversation that we're having about Kuntz. Paul had asked if Coda had read one of Dean Kuntz's horror novels, I think it was. Wow, look at my memory working this morning. And Coda says, Paul, no, I honestly didn't know he wrote under Brian Coffey, which is such a funny name. I know he used to write under Dean R. Kuntz, and his first book, Demon Seed, has two versions. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. And Coda's going to look into coffee. Coffee. And Dee Dee is saying hello to Christina, and he found it. Oh, it's coffee. Yeah. Interesting twist on coffee there, but okay. And Samira says, happy reading to everyone. Yes, yes, yes. And Book Nerd says the same thing as well. Please let me know, by the way, Book Nerd, if you would like me to call you by something else. Christina says, oh, or the dark chocolate Reese's peanut butter cups. Oh, yeah, but we're only around for a short time. I feel like I still see them, Christina, but maybe not. But I don't know. I go back and forth because I was so used to how Reese's normally are that even though I like dark chocolate better than milk chocolate, I had a hard time. And Sue, good morning. How are you? Sue says, good morning, everyone. And reading The Brewery Murders by J.R. Ellis. Very nice. Charles says, no, Paul, he's never checked out Brian Coffee either. New goal. I know, Paul. I think you've introduced a lot of people to like a little secret inside thing. And hello, Shari. How are you? Thank you for having sprints. You're very welcome. Oh, you're homesick and snowed in. Well, hey, at least there's no pressure to go to work, right? And I hope you feel better soon. And I hope you're feeling at least well enough to, just relax, hang out with us, read, take a nap. That's a common sprinting thing to do too. Christina says, now I have the Almond Joy Mounds jingle playing in my head. You and your jingles, Christina. And Coda says, sometimes you, oh no, no, here we go again, guys. Oh no. No, I'm not even finishing that. Christina says, I think I got it stuck in Charles' brain. Yeah, of course you did. Yeah, and now it's secretly playing in the back of mine, Christina. Oh gosh. Coda, stop, stop. I'm not even reading it out loud. And Pam, hello, Pam. How are you this morning? You were able to tune in. I know. Yay. Gonna read. Great. Let me know what you're reading, Pam. Christina says hi to Pam. Hi to Christina. Hello, Shauna. How are you? Are you streaming this morning, Shauna? Are you on? I haven't looked to see who else is on. And Shauna says hi to Coda. And Karen, good morning, Karen. How are you? You're reading James Monroe, A Life by Tim McGrath, and The Winter Wives by Lyndon McIntry, and Once an Eagle by Anton Meyer. Very nice. Karen, how are you liking Once an Eagle? That was on my TBR for March, and I did not get to it. I tried it a couple of times, but it was very slow at the beginning, and I had a couple of things I was juggling, so I didn't get to it. But my son is reading it, and he likes it. I couldn't get past the town at the beginning. I was like, "What is?" It was a slow start for me. And my son was like, "No, no, it picks up after they leave the town." And I was like, "I bet. Not going to find out right now." So I've just decided not to truly start it. But let me know how you're liking it, Karen. Coda says hi to Shauna. Christina does as well. Good morning, Jamie. How are you? Good morning and happy sprints to all. First day of my new job, so can't join you. Oh, but leaving you up on the TV and hitting the like button. Thanks, Jamie. That's right. I forgot you were saying last week you got your job. Well, hope it goes well if you watch this back. Yay, Jamie. I hope you have an awesome and amazing day. Don't ask what the hands were. I can't see if you guys do the little celebration buttons, but hopefully people popped up celebrations for you, Jamie. Christina says, "Hi Jamie, good luck today." Absolutely. Hi Courtney, how are you? Long time no see. I just watched your Harper Lee, I can't think of, To Kill a Mockingbird video this morning. So it was really good to hear your thoughts on that. And I'm getting very confused because I'm hearing yelling in the background because the crew teams are rowing on the water outside and they use megaphones to like give them directions. And of course, it echoes off the water and up the hill to where I live. And so all I'm hearing in the background is rah, 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 rah. That probably sounded like a bird, but anyway, it's very distracting. Tammy says, "Good morning, all. Today I'm going to start reading A Case of Moose Mistaken Identity." That is so cute. That is such a cute name. Tammy, I still need to watch your wrap up of how things went with your daughter. I'm so behind on videos. But good morning to you, Tammy. Amy, good morning. How are you? Popping in for a minute, hoping to catch up on my buddy read of The Good Earth. Oh, I haven't read The Good Earth in so long. I hope you are enjoying it, Amy. Sue says I only managed to read a few pages as I had some correspondence I had to take care of. Fair enough. At least you squeezed a few in. I love that you use the word correspondence. Tammy says I loved The Good Earth. Yeah, so did I. I read it a long time ago. I might need to reread it. Yeah, let us know how you're liking it, Sue. Lynn said, "Got 8% in Inkblood Sister Scribe." Very nice. Kiana said, "Got 44% of The Teacher by Frida McFadden." Why does that sound familiar, Kiana? What is that one about? Amy said to Tammy, "Yes, but sad too." Yeah, heartbreaking. And Vargas said, "I made it to page 35 of Jurassic Park, The Lost World." Wait, Vargas, weren't you just reading that? Or did you start that? Or was that Metzley who was reading Jurassic Park? Somebody just read Jurassic Park Lost World. But anyway, I hope you're enjoying it. Whoever else had been reading it really did. Christina said, "I tried to work on a granny square, but the cat had other ideas." And the hubby read a bit more of Clover to me while I drank some coffee. Oh, well, that's nice. At least you had a read aloud moment and a cat playing moment. And Pam says, "I was able to read a few pages of my year of rest and relaxation, hoping to finish this book ASAP." Very nice. That's right. I think you were working on that last year. Let's hope not. Last week. Are you enjoying it, Pam? And Samira said, "I'm 12% in Falling Embers from Catherine Cowles, and I like it so far." Very good. Kay says, "Only 30 pages and ate lunch." Ooh, baked potato with cheese. Yes, potatoes every time. And Vargas is laughing. And Anne says, "Kay, my cat had other ideas when I shut my office door." Oh, yes. Yes, they will do that. Yeah. My dog was like an anti door closer. Like, no, I will just sit here and paw till you let me in. And Keisha says, I just finished chapter 11 of Dorian Gray. I don't, yeah, nope, don't worry. That was everyone, every single person. I even looked at Spark Notes and I was like, I understand what I'm reading, but why? Why am I reading this? And why did you put it in the book like this? And I read the summary too of like what the point of it was. And I was like, I could think of 1,000 other ways that this point could have been made. And yeah, chapter 11. It's a chapter. Paul made it to page 119. Very nice. Paul, I thought of you during my Arabian Nights wrestling moment. I was like, there you go. I could read that for the WrestleMania-thon, which, by the way, Paul is doing a WrestleMania-thon. Is that the actual name of it, Paul? I just know that it's like WWE, like wrestling, readathon. Paul put the name below. I'm messing it up for you. But anyway, he's doing that in the month of April, which I still need to go and check out the video on that to see if I can fit my TBR into that because, like, I loved that. I absolutely loved that. Tokyo Chemist says, I'm still reading my soccer manga series while my Pearl Harbor nonfiction is on indefinite pause. Ooh, yikes. When I finish this series, I'll hopefully finally get back to that and then start my next fiction read. Very good. Why is the Pearl Harbor on pause? Was it just like too dense, not enjoying it? Let us know. Christina, up here we all find is the regular, all we find is the regular ones and the white ones. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I haven't looked for the dark ones recently because they're just not my favorite. And the white ones, no, it's just a no for me. Vargas said, I need my coffee, but I'm not allowed to leave the class. Well, yeah, there's that. Book nerd is fine. Okay, great. Oh, your name is also Nicole. Yay! It's all the Nicoles. Okay, well, I'll probably remember that then. Anne said, I found Dr. Pepper flavored Peeps. Yikes, that sounds like it could be made by my candy manufacturer. Which, by the way, comment below which one you'd like me to try next. I have normal flavors left. So this is just coconut bar. So I'm pretty sure it's just like grated coconut and sugar. So how can we go wrong with that? And then the other one that I have is this very neon colored looking pineapple bar. So this is just pineapple coconut. So I figure these should be safe candy flavors. I'm hoping. But yeah, do you guys like Peeps? I'm not a marshmallow person, so Peeps is like ugh, to me. But I like the different flavors and colors, except I don't know about Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper marshmallow. Yeah, maybe does it taste like a float? And Paul said Kuntz actually wrote under 12 different names back then. Here recently, they started reprinting his horror books from back then. Oh, wow. I didn't know he also had that many like pseudonyms and pen names that he was going under. Interesting. Kiana says, I have today off. Yay. Gonna sleep after the kids leave for school. Yeah, do that, Kiana. Enjoy that. And Christina's laughing and says hi to Courtney. And oh yeah, that was probably laughing at my wrestling, the girls wrestling. And Courtney says, yeah, Kiana, enjoy me a day. Hello, Dee. How are you? Hello, Sophia. How are you doing? Read a lot last week, so today I'll be catching up on schoolwork. Fair enough. Yeah, boo. But at least you got some reading in. I've been reading your comments on Dorian Gray on the story graph, so that's been good. Christina says, my cat is just getting into everything today. Now she's after my pencils. Oh, she's got some energy. And Tammy says, I'm curious, how old is your son? He is a senior in high school, so he will be 18 very soon and going off to college. And Coda says, Katie is sprinting and Tina starts in 35 minutes. Thank you, Coda. And Karen says, Once an Eagle is good. I feel as though I'm right with the main character in war. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I had the feeling that like the war scenes, especially for the main character, would be really good because he was so focused on going to it. So I do want to get back to it again. I just accepted the fact that this wasn't the month to do it. And Courtney says, boring homeowner stuff. Oh. Oh, but hopefully not the whole time. I will be on until 5, Dee Dee, so if you can stay that long, hopefully at some point it will become fun reading stuff. Courtney says hello to Coda. What are you reading or working on, Courtney? Anne says, I try to keep my cat out of my office, but he doesn't like it. Yeah, they want to be where we are, destroying things. Servasha says, finished Mona Lisa. Yeah, 4 stars. Very nice. Yeah, that's okay. I figure so because you've been liking it the whole time. And Courtney says, it was interesting to revisit To Kill a Mockingbird. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. And I agree with you. Like, I'm also always like, oh, I wish I still had the papers. I did keep my college papers though. So, but I didn't read To Kill a Mockingbird in college. But for all the other books that I read in college, I did at some point it occurred to me to keep those papers. So eventually I will go back and look at them. Have I yet? No. Am I about to move with them again before even looking at them? Absolutely. And Heather said, did you say the live show for Dorian is Saturday? Yes, Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are reading Dorian, the picture of Dorian Gray, if you have read it, if you haven't read it, you just want to hear what we think about it. Me and my 3 other co-hosts, Jessica, Alex, and Alex, we will be hosting a live show and we will be talking with you guys and with each other about all our thoughts, all the spoilers, all the things, chapter 11, and that attic schoolroom scene as well as everything else Dorian Gray. So it has already been posted on Alex's live stream. I'm waiting for her to send me the link, but maybe what I will do is later today, I will share in the community page the thing info. There you go. um, so that everybody knows how to join. And yeah, I realized you meant that. Yeah. And Courtney says, now that I know more about the American legal system, it is fitting. Yeah, true. Yeah. I felt like I read it for school, so I felt like they did a good job explaining the legal system. But given my husband's job, I feel like I would know even more now. Christina says, hi, Kiana. Sounds like a plan. It does. Kay says, yes, Heather, depending on the time of the live. Yep, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard. Sorry, you'll have to convert that. Or once I've got it on my channel up on YouTube, it'll convert it for you. Coda says, I just got The Good Earth out of Little Free Library. Nice. Never read it. It's good, Coda. It's really good from what I recall. Francesca got 30 pages for The Foundation and Empire. Very nice. That's part of a series, right? If I recall correctly. Kiana says Frida McFadden also wrote The Housemaid. Okay. That's where that name's sounding familiar. Coda, was it Leandra that was reading The Lost World? Oh, she might have as well, but no, it was somebody who was in chats on Monday for like a couple weeks in a row. I'm pretty sure it was Metzley. Sarvasha said focusing on middle grade March to the end of the month. And so now listening to Because of Winn Dixie. Oh, I've never read that, but it always seemed cute. Vargas said, oh, you are Metzley. Oh, you removed the first part of your name. Because I was like, I thought it was you, but from your uni account. Okay, because then I was thinking, I was like, how do you both have the same last name? But you read the first Jurassic Park. Oh, oh. Why did I think you were reading The Lost World the last time? Well, never mind all that. Now it's all figured out. And that explains why you said you can't leave class. It's all coming to me now. And Nicole said, I finished listening to the picture of Dorian Gray. Awesome. Watched the movie last night. Oh, you watched the movie? Which movie did you watch? Because I think there's at least 2 adaptations. I know there's like an older one and a fairly more recent one with Colin Firth. And Kiana said, I think I read part of The Good Earth in high school, but I own it and want to reread it. Nice. Shauna said, I got some late lunch and planned what I was reading today. Very nice. Well, what are you reading? Pam said, I recently read Frida McFerrin's The Housemaid, and that was a ride of a book. Yep. Is the teacher good so far? Good question. How does it compare? Have you read her other book, Kiana? And Kay says, I know what I want to read in chapter 11. Yeah. Didi said it took me a day to, yeah, same Didi, same. I like had to break it up into like 2 pages at a time, go do something else, come back. Kay said gobbledygook is chapter 11, but I think I know why. Yeah, no. I mean, it's I feel like I had multiple moments with this in Dorian Gray where it's like I get what you're trying to do and I think you're doing it. I just don't know that I enjoy the way that he did it, if that makes sense. And here's the name, Wrestling Maniathon. I knew I was getting it wrong, Paul. And Kiana says, to that she loves Pam's handle. Yes, I know. And she is enjoying the teacher. I think I may be the only one who DNF'd Dorian Gray. Yeah, I'm doubting it. I'm doubting it, Kiana. But come anyway, because I definitely like to hear why. Like, I want all the versions. People who are like best book ever, new favorite, all the way through DNF hated it. And Kay says, if I am right about chapter 11, I picked it up in chapter 4. We'll see. Oh, interesting. Okay. And Coda says to Anne, yum, I want Dr. Pepper Peeps. And you are streaming. What time are you streaming, Shauna? Found root beer flavored tea. Oh, I could see that because there's like a root, not just root beer. There is some other thing that is used in tea that has a similar flavor to root beer. And Tokyo Kima says Pearl Harbor book is super interesting, but it's heavy. Yes, I can only read it at home, and I ruined my sleep schedule with caffeine. I'm super sensitive, so I'm too tired at home for anything. But that makes a lot of sense. Yep, I can totally see that. So it's almost like got to be like a weekend read. And Vargas says, try the radioactive looking candy. Okay, will do. Pineapple. Peeps are gross. I'm there with you, Servaja. Yeah. Like physically, it's actually a heavy book. Oh, okay. I thought you meant content wise. Thanks for the clarification. Okay, everybody's voting for the radioactive one. Jaleesa also says no to Peeps. Lynn says, I'm not having much success finding a book I want to read with game in the title for next month. I might just have to do a reread of Hunger Games. Okay, chatty people, let's see if we can help Lynn out. Good books with with game in the title. I will look on my shelf. I've got nothing for you. I will check my story graph, but nothing is coming to mind. Kiana says, I only like marshmallows and Rice Krispies. Yep, same for me. Coda, I found them at Target. Oh, interesting. I want to get into Frida McFadden, but I soft DNF'd the housemaid. Does anyone have any recs? I don't, because I don't know that she's got a huge backlist. Also, see what happens when you talk to a person that was born in 1963. Oh no. And Nicole says, this past weekend I was I DC visited Busboys and Poets. Yes, I love Busboys and Poets. I asked for the classics section and she told me the classics they had were of the likes of yep. You know where else is really good, Nicole? It's in yeah, I'll get back to it. I will put it in there at the break. There is another place that is really good in DC. Um, I keep wanting to say DuPont Circle. Um, well, yes, in DuPont Circle. Yeah, I don't. It's Kramer's Books and More. Though their classics are kind of just mixed in with their fiction, but there's a third place that I will tell you. Alex, peeps trick me into buying them because they're just so cute. I know they are cute, but yeah, then there's the marshmallows. And Tokyo Kim said, I should say that I also reading Middlemarch. It's at work read via PDF for when there's a lull at work and I can steal a few pages. Very nice. Yeah, I'd have to do a few pages at a time myself. And Coda says they have them. And Alex says the sugar coating on them. I mean, I just don't like any of it. Christina says Tina starts at noon, so just a little bit longer. Yep. Yay for finishing, right? Coda says, my bad, 1 hour and 25 minutes from now for Tina. And Vargas says, I'm going to start reading Dorian Gray. Then I think I have it here somewhere. Nice. Jaleesa says, me too, Kiana. I only like marshmallows and Rice Krispie treats. Yep. Kay said to Heather, that's 5 p.m. my time, so yes, I can do that. I know. Francesca, it's the second book in the OG Foundation trilogy by Isaac. I don't. Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to think if I know what the cover looks like. I'll have to look it up. Vargas says there's a book by Conan Doyle called The Lost World. Oh, okay. See, it's all making sense now. It's all making okay. I thought I was going crazy, but now it all makes sense. And Nicole, the one with a Angela Lansbury. I can't remember the main character's name. Okay, I'll have to look it up, but I know what you're talking about. Dee Dee said, I need to finish watching the recent movie for Dorian. I'll try and watch it before Saturday. Cool. Kiana says, I have The Housemaid, but haven't read it. Shauna says, I'm reading Finley Donovan is Killing It. Nice. And Heather says, yay, Kay. And you are streaming right now. Okay, that's what I thought. Because I was like, I'm pretty sure Shauna is like streaming simultaneously. You're so good about like sprint hopping. I'm horrible at that. Yes, it might be Chicory Root, Amy. Issa read the picture of Dorian Gray years ago, so you don't even remember most of it. Well, come on Saturday. We'll give you flashbacks. And Gerald's Game is a recommendation from Coda. Ender's Game. Ooh, that's another good one. And Courtney says both of those. The Wrestling Game, Alex says, is on her TBR. And Coda says, yep, to that one too. Ender's Game, Ender. Lynn says, got him, thanks. There you go. Game of Thrones. There you go. Lots of ideas. Alex says, oh, I'm going to DC next week. Baltimore first. Bookstore recommendations. I don't have any for Baltimore, but I will put my ones for DC in the comments. Kay said, Twisted Games, Hating Games, Inheritance Games, Nonfiction, Game Book, maybe. Oh, true. Yep. Inheritance Game. Okay, cool. Sorry for the typer. Kramer's been there. Oh, have you? Yep, love it. Me too. Yep. There are Vicious Games. Oh, that's a good one. Pam says to Shauna, Finley Donovan is Killing It is super good. Can't say the same for the sequel though, but it's still fun. Okay, so let me see how close I am to the bottom. Almost there. Trying to figure out if I should have my candy first. So let me do this, and then we'll do candy. Keisha, I had never heard Lie by Frida McFadden. It was good, but I haven't read it. And said, when I go to DC, I always go to Politics and Prose. Ooh. Yeah, I could see that, Anne. That would make a lot of sense for your reading style, too. Kay says, I'm reading Middlemarch in April. Lynn says, awesome. Thanks for the book recs. Yeah, you guys are awesome. That was like such a nice list. Sarvasha said, I also soft DNF The Housemaid, thinking of trying again on audio. Shauna says, I'm going to try and read all 4 of them as I have 2 days before the Hose for Prose live discussion on the 4th book. Ooh, okay. Good luck. And hey, Jaleesa, I forgot about Vicious Games. Oh, yes, that's a good one. And good morning, Courtney. Right? Good, fast read. Yeah, that's true. That's always helpful. And Tokyo Chemist says, Kay, it's a delightful book with lots of wit and humor. You can tell George Eliot was enjoying the writing process. Yes, she was. And I don't enjoy George Eliot's writing, which I hate to say, but she kind of goes on tangents for me a little too much. And I don't like the internal dialogue of her characters. I feel like I get too much of them walking around thinking. And that's just, I don't think it's her writing. It's just something I don't enjoy in books in general. So here's my pineapple candy. Kiana says, my daughter is supposed to be reading Ender's Game. Sounds like she's not. Nicole says a picture of Dorian Gray, 1934 version with Herd Hatfield as Dorian, free on Tubi. Nice. Case says, ooh, awesome, to Tokyo Chemist. Alex said, I did first 2 Finley books. They were entertaining. I don't know that I need to continue the series. Fair enough. And Heather says, I'm also thinking of reading Middlemarch in April for Game of Tones. Bought an annotated version. Wow, how big is that book? Marcus says, yes, the radioactive one. You're curious, so am I. Good morning, Nikki. How are you? I'm having a great day and a great start to the week. Hope you are as well. Heather says to Nicole, do you recommend the 1934? The 2009 was super creepy. I've heard that. Kay said to Heather, I bought mine in a study guide as it was advised. So going to commit to it for April. Very nice. Good morning, Tina. How are you? Are we sure that's pineapple? Nope. Sean said to Tina, oh, hey, Tina. And Heather said, Kay, who makes a study guide? I will look it up. The study guide? Did somebody say the study guide? Or was that for the Norton Anthology one? Study guide for which one? I missed something. I read some comment too fast. All right, let's try this and then get back to sprinting. And let me know how long you would like to sprint for. We can do 45 minutes or an hour. I'm thinking an hour because this was a really long chatty section. Okay, so here we go. Pineapple. It smells just like coconut. Very crumbly. Mm, mm, very crumbly. This is good. It's really sweet. It's like coconut, like shredded coconut with a whole ton of sugar piled on top. And probably held together with just a little pineapple juice and a lot of yellow food coloring. That one was good. Yeah, that's probably my favorite so far. Not bad, surprisingly. All right. I think you guys are just putting in your time, so I'm going to get a time for us, whoever commented first, and we will go. And Tina was saying hi to Shauna, and we got 60 minutes from Lynn. So we will go ahead with the 60 minutes. Dee Dee did answer to Heather and said, which study guide did you purchase as I'm also doing? Yeah, let me know because I feel like, yeah, it's not always working for me. Dee says, sorry, not Heather K. Yeah. And Tina says, I'm going to be editing a reading vlog for my 50th Nora Roberts book and do a couple of things to get ready for my sprints today. Sounds good, Tina. And Christina said hello to you. And so did Coda. And Kay said, these messages, yeah, that's fine. We all get that. All right. And Heather also bought the Norton Critical Edition. And it looks good. All right, let me set the timer. I will reset it for 60 minutes so we can get a nice good sprint in here. That's the nice thing about these longer days is that we can take a little bit more time to talk. So let me go ahead and happy reading. I'll see you guys in an hour. There you go, so you can actually see the timer. Well, hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went really well. I finished reading The Picture of Dorian Gray, and wow, wow, wow. What a ride. Um, yeah, that got really intense at the end. Honestly, I have to say, with the exception of chapter 11 and the dinner parties, like sitting and eating dinner with these people, I did not enjoy. But other than that, I think the overall main part of the plot of the book and point was really good. I can see why it is such a well loved book and read and studied over and over again. There's definitely a lot to study in that book. So let's get to the comments and see how you guys are doing. I'm just going to quickly go through the comments that came in. While we were on the sprint, so that way we can focus more on the comments that are coming in now while we're not sprinting. But while we were sprinting, Stacy and Steph came on. Hello, Stacy. How are you doing? Hello to Stephanie. And working from home all day today, have lots to get done and will be lurking as you work. Very good. I always love working with you guys too, so I hope you get lots done. And Heather and Dee Dee, and I think also Kay, were all talking about editions of Middlemarch. And Heather seems to really be liking the Norton Critical edition. I think they are really good to hear other people's opinions about the book and stuff too. Like, I like that this one has like recent criticisms on the book. I'd be very interested in that if I could ever finish reading Middlemarch, which will probably never happen. And then Nicole was also talking about, I think, the older version of Dorian Gray, right? And that it's not very creepy if you enjoy black and white. I might watch that one. I know the new one, as much as I love Colin Firth, is going to scare the crap out of me. But I do really want to see one. So I might try and watch the black and white version. Also, we had Nani join us. Hello, thanks for joining us. You're reading Carrie, speaking of creepy books. However, I was actually able to watch Carrie because I feel like the vast majority of Carrie isn't actually super creepy, but I will never forget the line, they're all gonna laugh at you, over and over and over again. Oh gosh, that's like the one thing from the movie that stuck with me forever. And then Alex told us this story about how somebody walked into her house because they thought the little free library like was her house, which I'm like, this person must have known nothing about little free libraries and how they work, which I guess is a mistake, but I'm glad you're okay and that they left. And I know Courtney was skeptical about their entire story. And yeah, wow, lock your door. That was crazy. I'd be like freaked out too. Like, so I'm glad you're okay. Paul took a shower and got to page 128. I did list here for anybody coming into the DC area. If you're up in DC, these are my two favorite bookstores to go to. Kramer's is on DuPont Circle, well, just off of it. And they have a really nice selection of all sorts of things. Lost City Books is up in Adams Morgan and is really cool. They have a huge selection of fiction books. Well, not huge. They have a very nice, large selection of fiction books. But what I like about their store is they have new and used books all intermixed together. So it's a little confusing in terms of if you're only looking for a new book, it can be hard to find. But because of that, you can find some really good current classics, whatever, and their prices I feel like are really good, especially to be in DC. And I think they have a great selection of used and new classics at Lost City Books, especially used ones. I have gotten some really cool looking copies of books from there. So those are my two favorite to visit. I will say that Lost City Books, the parking is miserable and the store can get crowded. So maybe not on a weekend. Okay, so that brings us up to date. Jamie, hello, how are you? Welcome. I'm doing well. You finished your audiobook of Moonday Letters during the sprint. Very nice. Good book, sci-fi climate fiction. Nice. And Coda said his favorite candies are sweet tarts, the chewy fusions. You know what? Those are really good. If you were going to just say sweet tarts, I was going to be like, huh, I wouldn't think that anybody would say those as your favorite, though I like sweet tarts. But I agree the chewy ones, like, are a whole 'nother level. And Coda says hi to Jamie. Dee Dee says to Alex, "Oh, wow, right? Yeah, funny you should mention a little free library, as I was just saying to my mom this morning that I wanted to build one in the front garden. Yeah, maybe put like a huge blinking sign that this is the library, not my house, and then lock your garden door." I have never heard of that, Alex. That's just so crazy. Coda says the forecast changed its mind to rain tomorrow. Oh, HB for you. What is that, Coda? Please translate. Oh, how about for me? How about for me? I have no idea what it's supposed to do the rest of the week. It's been cold here though, and I'm ready for spring to come back. Like everybody else on the same page. And hello, Sherry. How are you? Stay-at-home reader. I would not believe him. Be careful the next few days. Yeah, I would definitely like report that somewhere. I mean, it's on here if you ever need proof that you said that this is what happened. But yeah, wow. That's just I don't like people like that. Uh, but yeah, hopefully it's okay. And Alex says, I was able to help him look up the location of the actual library from behind the locked storm door. Yeah, no kidding. So glad it was locked. My dogs, though, not a single bark. Uh, what were the dogs doing? Like sleeping, being like, hey, are you here to give us a treat? I tell you, those dogs sometimes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm glad your screen door was locked. Yeah, yeah, I know, right? The dogs, like, oh man, my dog would have been the same. She would have been like, "Oh, here, let me unlock the door for you. Somebody's here. Let me show you where all the people in the house are and their stuff. But don't forget the dog food for me." And Sue read a couple of chapters and had breakfast. Very nice. Okay, you only have 22 pages of Dorian Gray left. That's about what I had this morning. So those last few chapters, man, it's oh yeah. Jaleesa made it to 56% of The Woman Could Fly. That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard that book before. Vargas said, I only read 12 pages. And I love that it spells out the emoji. I always think it's crazy when they do that. But yeah, oh. Well, hopefully everything else is going well though, Vargas. I'm glad you got some reading in. And Alex said, right, Coda, my chihuahua is usually the guard dog. Even he didn't react. Wow. Yeah, because usually the small dogs, they're definitely going to be like, somebody's here, somebody's going on. Ah. Kiana said, I'm halfway through the book and boom, the teacher is a predator. Oh, oh. Ugh. Yeah, but you need to know what happens. Okay, let us know. Jaleesa, my favorite candy is just about anything sour. Oh, and you love sour belts. Very nice. Sour Patch Kids are amazing. And Sherry says, reading The Stories We Tell on chapter 14. Awesome. Samara, is it Samara? I feel like I'm saying your name now different every single time. I did not read much, but I did get some breakfast. Kay said, I bought a separate Middlemarch study guide by York Notes. It's intense, but will help my reading to get the most from it. Okay, York Notes, starring that comment. Good to know. I will probably do that should I ever get Middlemarch again. Tokyo Chemist, it was a pleasure reading with everyone. Oh, good night. Have a good night. Thanks for joining us. Keisha said I have about 35 pages left, almost there. I agree that the dinner parties could be revised to a sentence. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, there's or just a paragraph of the idea and moving on. Maybe, you know what it is I just don't like his dialogue, especially when they're at dinner parties. And then especially with one of the characters who comes probably in the last 35 pages, there's this one woman and her and Henry talk and no, no. It's such clipped sentences and conversation, and I get it's supposed to be because they're having a witty conversation, and like I said, I get what he's trying to do, I just don't like the way he does it. I don't find it very successful. Andy says, good night to Tokyo Chemist. Vargas says, Howard, always chihuahuas, the guard dogs. Yeah, yeah, because they're the ones that are going to let you know, like, everything that moves. Christina said, which version of Carrie did you watch? Me? I watched the one with, what's her face with the red hair? Like, the one that was, like, super popular in the '80s, basically. I can't think of her name. Walk in the Woods. Hello, how are you? So excited about the sprint. So thank you. You're welcome. Reading the second book, a mystery series where evil sleeps. Ooh, sounds good. Glad you're enjoying it. Christina said, "Oh wow, that would be a bit freaky, right? Right." And Glinda's here. Hello, Glinda. And Glinda says hello to everyone. Just sprint hopping, reading ebook Flames of Wrath. Nice. And Shari says, for Easter, I like stout peeps. Ooh, interesting. Or usually anything grape or peppermints. Very nice. Yeah, grape candy is good. Um, and hello, Ida Maria Art does. Okay, I'm not sure I'm reading that all together right. Let me know what you would like me to call you. Started a manga that I decided to read for work. You're a librarian. Wonderful. I love librarians. We'll be reading all evening and tomorrow. There's a school group coming to the library, and we will be showing them some books. Awesome. Well, very good. Yeah, nice. Well, thanks for joining us. Also, candy canes are your favorite. Nice. I like candy canes in my brownies. And Kay says, fave candy sweets, anything chewy and strawberry. Christina says, hubby finished reading Clover to me. Nice. It's a short book, but it was hard for you to read. It is in the point of view of a 10-year-old girl. And I read it when I was younger, but now my mind is way more scattered. Oh, interesting. Well, that's nice that he was able to read it to you and you were able to enjoy it again. And Samara says, I live in Virginia, so I'll probably check out those. I also like Second and Charles and Chantilly, which also has used in lightly new books. Nice. Yes. Okay. So if you're over by Chantilly, because I'm in Virginia too, I'm pretty much the same, similar part as you are, um, go to McKay's in Manassas because that's not too far from you. And I don't know about you, but for me, I find McKay's to be the cheapest used bookstore in the area. Um, and they have a huge classics selection if you like classics and fantasy and sci-fi. Both of their sections are like a very long aisle long. And romance. In fact, they just have a lot of books. And Kay says, my weather app on my iPhone has turned blue now. It's been totally gray since October. Yuck. And that's a promising start to the week. That is. Well, I hope it stays. And Jamie says, hi, Coda. And Christina says, it's 38 degrees here right now. Tomorrow it's supposed to be, 53. Wow, practically summer and rainy. But then it drops again. Oh, jeez. Sorry. And Nicole says, noted. Jamie says, my favorite candy is either the classic peanut butter bar wafer thingies. Are those like the Nutter Butters? But those aren't wafers. Or the candy berries, the raspberry blackberry ones. Oh, those are good. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes, 538 degrees. You see how I just like edited that? I did notice that though. I was like, yeah, she probably made 53. Samara says, I usually like the sweet tart ropes, so the chewy candy is better. Yeah. Peppermint patties. Oh, yeah. I haven't had those in forever. The red vines and Three Musketeers and Milky Ways. Oh, sorry. You can have them all. I would be trading with you if we were doing that Halloween swap thing. Yeah, not the 538 degrees. Somebody says that's okay. It's pronounced Samira. Okay, I had it right the first time. I don't know what happened when I went back to it. Oh yeah, 53. Okay, we're happy for you that you're not in like a climate change war zone over there, Christina. Yeah, typing is hard, but it makes it yes, Sissy SpaceX. But yeah, typing makes things more fun. Yes, I love her, and I loved her in Carrie. Honestly, I think she was the reason that I was able to watch the entire movie was because I just enjoyed her acting. And yeah, still laughing at that. Yes, exactly. Yeah, maybe the because all the rest just gets scary to be able to watch anymore. Um, Carrie Fisher. No, I watched the Spacek one. And Coda says it's the only version. Oh, well, there you go. That helps you narrow it down. If I did I tell you that? It took you all the way back. Well, in that tone anyway. True, true, right? Yeah, because it's the minute they're all gonna laugh at you. They're all gonna laugh at you. That's the only thing I remember from that movie. And it was just like that if you haven't seen it. Whoppers. Ah, no, Courtney, no. I'd also be swapping with you. Oh, sour peeps. Okay, okay, yeah. Sour peeps almost sound good, but they're still the marshmallow. Oh, Mike and Ike's. No, I can't do that. Uh, just Ida. Okay. Sorry. My eye is like watering. But yes, okay, Ida is fine. All right. Very nice. I will call you Ida. And Kay says, long weekend this weekend, 4 days of Sundays. Nice. No appointments, calls, no builders. Yay. Just blissful reading and relaxing for Easter. Bank holiday weekend. Oh, right. Well, very good. I hope you enjoy that, Kay. And Shauna said, finally finished spinning you down and it's killing it. Yay, Shauna. Just 3 more to go, right? And you're enjoying it so far. Good, because that'll make the other 3 like way easier. Because isn't there like a 5th one coming out later this year, or did the 4th one just come out? Like I haven't been following that, but it sounds like it is a fun series. All right, well look at that. I like powered through those whatever they're called comments. Coda says, I love Sissy. Yeah, right? And have you ever seen A Home at the End of the World? No, I have not. It's one of your favorite films. You need to rewatch it, but need to read the book first. Same author as The Hours, which I also have not seen. I'm going to look that up um, so that I can watch it one day, you know. And you also never read The Hours. Yeah, me neither. And Christina says, I like anything with dark chocolate though, and nuts make it even better. Oh, yes. 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 Kay is also in the UK. Alrighty. So let me pull up our little screeny thing here because I realized the last time that I didn't actually do that right away. Let me reset our timer. We'll go another hour. This time I am going to be doing my daily reading and Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. And I will see you guys in an hour. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went really well. I had some snacks. I had lunch on the last sprint, but forgot to mention that. And I'm back into Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. I'm making some good progress. I am currently, I think, in chapter 39, I think. And the pace has picked back up because it did slow down for me quite a bit in some of these middle chapters here. So it's still not like fast paced by any means, but I feel like the pacing is a little bit more even and the topics and plotting has gotten interesting again. So I am enjoying that. How did the sprint go for you guys? When we left, Kay was talking about dark chocolate and how she likes it with mint. Yum. And Courtney was saying that Sissy Spacek was great in Coal Miner's Daughter. Oh, I think I remember that movie. And Christina also really liked that movie and said that Sissy did a great job in it. Coda was saying that the books are Michael Cunningham and that he has both but hasn't read yet. Looking for June now. June, folks. Yeah. Yeah. And what's everybody reading in June? Let Coda know. And then Vargas had to go. Bye, Vargas. But we'll be right back after this hour. Props. Well, we hope you can make it back. Jamie said, resuming God's Grave by J. Christoph. Nice. How'd it go? And Vargas said, happy reading to everyone. Thank you. Jamie said, I read Cunningham's The Hours after I read most of Virginia Woolf a couple years ago. Good book, but didn't really prove memorable. As in, you've forgotten all of it by now. Totally get that. And Nicole said, what? No Mike and Ike's? Yeah, no, Nicole. Yeah. No, not for me, but glad you like them. Pam said was able to read more of the book. It's almost 12 midnight here, but thank you for the sprints. You're welcome, Pam. Have a great night and hope you sleep well. And both the hours, movie and book were good for you. Okay, nice. And hello, Teresa. Just joining. Yes, I am here until 5 o'clock today. Yes. So you will get to sprint with us for a while, I hope. So very good. And Christina said, I will be reading The Dragon Reborn now, currently on chapter 42, page 408, 578. Oh, you're almost done. How are you liking it, Christina? I know I've heard like book two, three, and I think four are really good and people like even better than the first book. And Sherry said, just had to move my car to get the driveway plowed and got Caribou vanilla lavender honey coffee. Ooh, vanilla lavender honey. That sounds nice. How is it? I'd like that in a tea too, right? Hi, Laura. How are you? You're reading One of the Good Guys. Very nice. Well, I hope you're doing well today, Laura. I was so happy I was able to get on your sprint the other day. And Dee Dee says hi. And hello, Rachel. I am having a great day. How is yours? Rachel says hi to everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Hello. How lovely. I hope you're doing well, Rachel. What are you up to today? And Dee Dee says hi to Rachel. Dakota says hi to everybody. Yeah, I know. A whole bunch of people joined during that sprint. More hellos going on. And Kay finished Dorian Gray. Oh, how did you like it, Kay? Give me like the short version. Let me know. And I only say give me the short version because like I want to hear more about it when we do the live show. But like do let me know, like initial finishing thoughts. And Rachel is saying hi to Coda. And Kay says, yeah, Northwest England. Nice. And moving on to Heartstopper Volume 5. Yeah. Palette cleanser after Dorian Gray. I love that, Kay. Like Dorian Gray, really dark to Heartstopper. Is great. And Christina said, I am sprint hopping. Oh, really? Strange, Christina. I wouldn't imagine that. And Sue says, I read a good chunk and paid some bills. Very nice. And Sherry says, chapter 16, very nice, good progress. Yay, Nick and Charlie to Kay, yep, and Heartstopper, absolutely. And Amber Lee is here. Hello, Amber Lee. Hope all is well. I'm reading Witch King by Martha Wells. 48 pages during that sprint. Very good. Martha Wells, is that the author of the Murderbot series? Or is her name slightly different? And Alex says, only got to read a chapter of Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of Nim. Ah, that was another favorite of mine. I actually own that book somewhere, but I think we've already packed it. Issa says, it went well, read a couple of chapters. Very good. And Dee said, read 2 pages, more house rubbish. Oh, I know. I have those days too. And Samira said, I did all right. I got some more reading done, and you're at chapter 9. We're all moving right along here. I'm seeing these birds out my window. And I don't know what the birds are doing today. They've got a little wild, I think, because it's warmer out today than we've had the last couple of days. But this one bird flew into my window, like not really hard, like more of a thud than a crash. Oh, yep. See, and it almost did it again. But it flew into my window, must have paused and been like, "What happened?" And then flew into it again. I was like, what are you doing?" And I see it. I think it's a little blue jay. But then it was like, yeah, I don't know what they're doing out there. Anyway, distracted. Squirrel. Samira said, yes, okay, I already read that. And I'm just like, yeah, totally, totally thrown off. They're just flying around out there, as birds do. Jamie said, I got to 27% in God's Grave, not as gripping as Nevernight in the beginning, but getting better. Okay, well, hopefully it will pick up and at least get to the same place. And Dee said, yes, more UK friends. Absolutely. And Keisha said, finished Dorian Gray. Yay! You liked it overall and enjoyed his writing, but agree that the dialogue was sometimes a bit eh. Yeah, it was sometimes like you're trying to give us the feel of a witty conversation, but it wasn't always working for me. And Shauna said, read to page 774 and ate dinner. What'd you have for dinner? And congrats, you're making good progress. And that was in the second book of Finley Donovan. Paul said, I'm still around, just being busy. Totally get it, Paul. No problem. Thanks for letting me know you're still here, and I hope you're getting lots done then. And Coda says to Jamie, yeah, I don't remember the movie much either of the hours, except that Nicole Kidman plays Virginia Woolf. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I can kind of see that. Christina, I am liking it. It is it is going easier than the first two. Oh, that's nice. Do you think just because it's faster paced or better written? Like, do you feel like it's a writer becoming better at his craft kind of thing? Keisha says, I have a copy of the uncensored picture of Dorian Gray, so I'm going to dig into that. Nice. I have heard that that exists. In fact, somebody on YouTube, Melina at Melina's Library, and I think the first name's Melina. I can't remember the rest of her channel name. I think she just read the uncensored version, but she said at least for her, it didn't jump off the page what was different than the original, which she said she had read the original, but years ago. So I don't know. Let us know. Kay said, giving it a 5 star, and that's all you're going to say. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, we'll hear more later. We'll hear more in the live when we do the live show. And Rachel's saying hi to Rachel. Christina's saying hi to Rachel and Laura. I'm getting it backwards. And Heather, I've been reading MRIs the whole time, but as usual, enjoying you all so much makes my day job fun. That is great. Yes, at least it gives you entertainment as we chitter chatter in the background, right? And Christina, I think I need to plan better for MGM, middle grade March. All these books, and I'm reading Robert Jordan and Stephen King. Oh, yeah, that's true, huh? Because you have all of those long books that you're reading that are taking up your whole day, and then you're probably just trying to fit in the middle grade somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was exactly what, what was going on. Did you see? I got super distracted right there because they were just all and sitting on different parts of my deck distracting me. Birds will fly, with the reflections sometimes. Ah, yeah. Yeah, we our birds around here are crazy, yeah, and they will sit on the, side view mirrors on our cars and just tap at themselves, especially the cardinals, because the cardinals really are like angry birds. They get obsessed with their own reflection and they're like, "I'm gonna get you." And yeah, we had this one cardinal that for a year tapped at his reflection in my son's window. Like nothing we did got rid of him. I don't I think he eventually moved on. Heather says, agree about the dialogue. Yes, yep. And Christina, maybe, but I don't need the physical book as much. So yay. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, because they're not small, even when you have the mass market. And says, still here, dealing with a neighbor and her barking dog. I know that feeling. My neighbor, I think, just got a puppy, which could be cute, but their last dog was really barky. So I was like, not another one. It was so peaceful and quiet. So we'll see how that goes. And Vargas, yay, you made it back. So glad. Well, wonderful. Okay, and I actually made it to the end of the comments this time. So before Rachel keeps adding to them, no, I'm just kidding, because you did that last time. It was funny. So yeah, so let's go into our next sprint. Do we want to do another hour? Do we want a shorter one and do 45 minutes? First person who comments is who we will go with. So let me know what you're thinking. I'm going to drink some more. Oh, wow. I'm thirsty today. Okay. Do I get any replies? And ooh, Keisha in for the win with 45. Just barely beat out Courtney. So, all right, we will do a quicker 45 minutes. That sounds good to me. I'm going to get up and stretch my legs at the beginning of this, I think. So you take care of you and do what you need. Let me change this real quickly and put it there, and I will see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? That was a quick 45 minutes, but it was nice. I actually went and sat outside in the sun. It's in the mid 50s now here, and it just felt really nice and warm out in the sun. So that was nice. So I read for about 20 minutes or so outside and then came back inside for the last like 15 minutes or whatever. So that was really good. I finished my daily reading today in Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. So I am up to, no, I didn't. I lied. I don't know why I thought I did. Now I'm really confused as to where I am. Oh my gosh, I didn't. What was I thinking? No, I made it to some really random part in the book. And then I think I just moved my bookmark and put it in the wrong place. I still have another chapter to read. Anyway, I reached a very concluding point. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Anyway, okay, I'll figure that out in a second. Lifetime like losing my place in my book. But it's gotten really good. There's a lot going on and there's been some very significant moments for the characters and stuff, and I feel like a lot of the action is starting to come to a head. Like we're definitely like well into the rising action and building toward the climax of the book. So yeah, so it's going well. How did that sprint go for you guys? um and Kay said that she finished Heartstopper Volume 5. Well, that's not actually where we left off. When we left off going into the break, oh yeah, that is where we left off because everybody was just saying they were hoping for 60, so we can do another 60 after this. Dee Dee said, was asking Kay if she's seen the show for Heartstopper yet, and Kay had, and she loved it. And Dee Dee said the trailer for season 3 is out now. And Kate said, ooh, exciting, but it concludes in volume 6. So sad. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that. I don't really read a lot of manga or any manga or graphic novels, so I haven't really gotten into that series. Dee Dee says, yeah, I know. I need to start in her novels next. I didn't realize she wrote novels. What are her novels, Dee Dee? Or Kay? Kay said, I read all those and they are awesome. Good to know. Jaleesa, 73% into The Woman Could Fly. Ooh, you're burning through that, Jaleesa. My guess is you'll finish it today. And Samira said, I didn't read in this last sprint. I was just doing some work for school. Fair enough. That has to get done too. Courtney said, doing hair and attempting to read some history. Very good. What history are you reading, Courtney? Or is it like secret? Laura said, still in the first chapter in One of the Good Guys. The first chapter takes up nearly half the book. Yeah, I was going to say, Laura, I was like, how long is that chapter? That's a really interesting way of doing it. So is it more like maybe they call them chapters, but it's more like part one of the book, part two, that kind of thing? Because that's what that makes me think of, because that is kind of funny. And Christina said, so I sprint hopped a bit, sure, and then got my second coffee and a water, made the bed, got stuff done around for the stuff, got stuff around for a shower, hoping it will help my head and warm me up so I can read. Yes, I know that feeling. Well, hopefully that happens so you can settle in and feel cozy. And Dee Dee said, what order did you read them in, Kay? Yeah, the books. And Amberly says another 35-ish pages in The Witch King. Ooh, only 30 pages left. Nice, Amberly. So hopefully you'll finish on the next sprint. That would be great. And Paul got to page 144. Very good. Glad you were able to get back to reading. Samira said, I love Heartstopper and read the 5th volume last month. Very nice. When's the 6th volume come out on that? Okay, I just read Then As I Found, you just read them as you found them. Okay, no specific order, but Loveless is your favorite. I don't think I have even seen anything about her books. Vargas said, I had to finish some reports for school, but I was able to read 30 more pages. Very nice. Win-win. Got work done, got to read. Dee Dee says, cool. TBF. Alice has said there is no order. Oh, okay. Okay, so there is no order to the books. Can't figure out the TBF, but it's related to that, so I get that. And you might start solitaire next month. Very nice. I think it jumped a comment for you, for me, for somebody. Nope, it didn't. Just my imagination. Sue said, I still have 30 pages of my book. Ooh, we're all finishing lots of books today. That's a nice feeling. Sherry said, made it to chapter 19 of the stories we tell in 4 rows on blanket crochet. Very nice. What kind of blanket are you making? Is it like granny squares? Is it just a pattern? Are you doing like a genre blanket? Courtney says it's a NetGalley arc called Lies. They told you about how American history is whitewashed and it's a graphic novel. Oh, interesting. Okay, very good. Well, I'll be looking forward to the review and hearing how you like it. And Laura says, yes, although after this chapter, the chapters are all super short. Okay, well, I mean, that's one way to do it. I'll be interested to know like how you feel like that works or doesn't work in the book. That's interesting. Lisa says, I just reached page 100 and the characters are even worse than before. Yes. They, yeah, you think they can't get worse, Isa, but until they do. Yeah, I remember I read this because my best friend in high school told me how much she loved it. She thought it was better than Jane Eyre. She just thought Heathcliff was like the most romantic, best guy ever, super, book crush on him. And I was like, okay, I'll read it. And then I read it and I was like, we need to talk. Like, I was like, what? No. Jaleesa said, yeah, I hope I finish today because I really want to get my audiobook of The Glass Castle. I read that, and that audiobook is really good. Okay, and it's due back in 4 days. Yeah, you got to make time to listen to that because that was a really good audiobook. Really just, I mean, she's narrating it and she does a great job, and the story itself is just yikes. And Dee Dee says the last volume should be released at the end of the year. Oh, okay. I would have thought they would have done summer because it seems like such a spring, summertime vibe to me. To be fair, thank you, Dee Dee. Hello, Rope Crewman. How are you doing? Good afternoon to you too. School just ended. Oh, very nice. Well, I'm glad I'm here till 5 so you can join us. And you're going to read the Remarried Empress manga in Trials of Apollo. Nice. Is that Percy Jackson? Um, the Trials of Apollo, and also grade essays and other adulting things. Wow, I hear that. But at least you have a nice mix of things that you will be doing. And Jaleesa says, all this time, I thought to be honest was to be frank. Well, I mean, it's the same idea, right? So it makes sense that it would have at least still been making sense to you. And Jamie says, I got to 35% in God's grave. Very nice. And I'm getting my closet reorganized for April, trying a month-long capsule wardrobe experiment. Yes, I will be too this summer, Jamie, but mainly because all our other stuff as of right now will probably be in storage. So my plan is that while our stuff is in storage, that what I'm going to take with me is just a capsule summer wardrobe that will at least mostly transition into fall. And then obviously we'll be moving at some point this summer and then settling down in August, but we still won't necessarily have all our things. And so if that happens at that point, I'll just buy some stuff for fall. And we don't, where we're moving to is much colder than where we live. So we don't have enough stuff, period, for winter. So we'd have to buy that anyway. But if you have any suggestions, Jamie, on where you're getting information or how you're figuring out to put together your capsule wardrobe, email me, please. Let me know. Lisa says, I don't think Emily Bronte's intent was to make them likable. I didn't either. That was what shocked me about her thought when she told me how she felt about the characters in the book, was I was like, they don't come across as likable people to me, and I don't think they're supposed to, but I was super confused. Christina said, sorry about the adulting part of your list. Yeah, we all have to do it. Adulting is overrated. Yeah, right. Exactly. I'll swap with the kids too. Speaking of being frank, you're eating hot dogs for lunch. Yum. I haven't had a hot dog in a long time. I need to get some hot dogs. We don't buy them that often. But yeah, a hot dog or a sausage or something. Sherry said green baby boy blanket. Oh, that sounds cute with the moss stitch. Oh, that's gonna be cute. It will take me a couple of months, sure, but I do these for families' grandkids, and this one I have left. He was born in February. Okay, well, you know, babies can use blankets year round, in my opinion, because either the air conditioning's on, it's cold, or it's actually cold outside. So very nice. And Jaleesa says, yes, adulthood is the roughest neighborhood I've ever come across. That's so true, Jaleesa. So true. And Didi agrees. And Rope says, yeah, I don't understand the romanticization. Yeah, I don't either. Other than the only thing that I could somewhat relate it to is like the popularity with dark romances, but at least from what I recall in Wuthering Heights, I don't even remember there being a dark romance element. Like I just remember it being like bad relationships. Um, but I haven't read enough dark romance to know that if there's a similar thing, because if there is, then Wuthering Heights may be your first dark romance, or at least super high up there. And Rope Crewman says, yeah, I don't understand. Yeah, I was reading the first part of that already. They struck me as intentionally unlikable, and the romance is problematic at best. Exactly. Yes. To me, it is much more a gothic sensation novel as opposed to be a romantic novel with unlikable people, which I feel like is how some people read it. But speaking of dark romances, guys, I recently bought this book, A Long Fatal Love Chase. Do you see this author? Did you guys know this book existed? This is, I'm going to read to you. Okay, I mentioned this in a book haul, but I'm mentioning it again. Okay, the the blurb on the front of the book right here says he stalked her every step, for she had become his obsession. And then I'm going to read to you also the very first line of this book. Mind you, if the author's name is seeming familiar and you're not catching it, this is the author of Little Women. Mhm. The first line of this book is, I tell you, I cannot bear it. I shall do something desperate if this life is not changed soon. It gets worse and worse, and I often feel as if I'd gladly sell my soul to Satan for a year of freedom. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. A long, fatal love chase. I saw this at the bookstore and I was like, where has this been all my life? What is this book? When did Louisa May Alcott write this? And why is no one talking about this? And like you could see from this, like this was republished like fairly recently. I mean, there's even the potential for a step back. And I'm really mad that there isn't actually a step back because to me that would have been even more epic. But I don't know what's going on with this book, but I so badly want to read it soon. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm going to go through the comments while I hold this up so that you can just appreciate it more. And Rope wants to know if he can quote Jaleesa on that. Yes, exactly. On the adulthood is the roughest neighborhood. Yeah, yeah. Jaleesa is highly quotable. And Vargas says, I haven't read that book. My only thought, and this is about Wuthering Heights, is that was not going to like the books. I met a couple of people who love them, but don't know what to think about my friends anymore. Yeah, well, it depends on why they like the books. There are reasons why you could like Wuthering Heights, but I don't know if it's because of the romantic relationships. Yes, Vargas, yes. Yes, I think we all need to read this one. Like, because I was like, is this what she was writing on, like on her side job? And I'm not kidding when I tell you that it's a dark romance. Listen to some more of this, okay? A story of dark love and passionate obsession that was considered too sensational to be published during her lifetime was serialized in a magazine in 1866, 2 years before Little Women was written. She wrote this before Little Women. Little Women came after. It was like she took a deep, dark plunge. And then what was my other favorite part in this? Somewhere on here, Stephen King is blurred. I'm telling you guys, I can't make this up. Where is it? Um, I have to find it because it was literally the best blurb as well. Oh, don't tell me I can't find it. I will look for it and I will find it for you. Because I swear there was a blurb from Stephen King somewhere on here, and I was like, what? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not seeing it right off the bat. Is it in here? I will look for it. Oh, here it is. Here it is. A suspenseful and thoroughly charming story, and it tends to confirm Alcott's position as the country's most articulate 19th century feminist. Which I was like, what? I was like, I don't know that that's what I would say. And Newsday, which was a newspaper, said a twisted romance, erotic. So yeah, let me know if you guys are interested in reading this with me at some point. I literally had to stop myself from coming home and literally just reading this entire book straight through because yeah. Oh, Jamie, you've read it and you loved it? I know. It sounds like a sensation novel, which I'm a fan of, which if you guys don't know the sensation drama, it's just like nonstop sensation drama. Sensation genre in the Victorian era, nonstop drama is what it is. And Vargas says, not about the obsession though. I mean, I want some freedom at the moment. Yeah, true. Christina's laughing at Jaleesa's quote, which was awesome. Jamie says she really should have been encouraged to write more thrillers. Yeah, I am so curious about that, Jamie, because yeah, that's what this is basically sounding like. Like it's more than a dark romance. I feel like the romance is only one sided and that it really is more a thriller because that's basically what the sensation genre was the beginning of thrillers. Did not realize she wrote that genre. Neither did I. And Smira said, I think I would like this. Me too. The book sounds like a mess. Yes, in the best possible way, Courtney. Jaleesa, I laughed entirely too hard at the Stephen King. He did. I'm telling you, I did too. That is the best part. That was the part that had me like putting this in my cart. You're coming home, right? The surprises never cease. Like of all the people, like I want to know how that conversation went. Hey, we have this long lost book of Louise May Alcott's. We were wondering if you would read it and write a quick blurb for us, Stephen King, because that's who I would naturally think. Like, let me call and see if we can get a blurb for this book on it. But see, I think that goes back to the how it's kind of on the thriller side. Courtney says that dark romance would sell bigger today than yeah, than wholesome little women. Yeah, I agree, Courtney. I feel like some publisher needs to figure out that they need to repackage this to make the cover more modern and reprint it. And I guarantee, yeah, I agree. It would sell really well right now. Rope says, in the same vein, I've always seen Romeo and Juliet as a cautionary tale, first and foremost, that happens to have some romantic quotes in it. The love story is not the point of the story. Yeah, because it's ultimately like a tragedy. Because otherwise, if the romance was the point of the story, it would be a comedy, because that's more in line with how Shakespeare wrote. Yeah. Vargas says, someone bring her back so she can write more dark books. Yes, right? What else would there be? Rope said so many people hold Romeo and Juliet as the ultimate love story, and I'm like, they died at the end, so do we really want everything to be exactly like this story? Yeah, true. True. Like, yeah, no, that didn't work out so great. Yeah, like that makes me think of like a Taylor Swift song. Like, well, do you really want to be Romeo and Juliet, Taylor? 'Cause that wasn't such a great ending. Jamie said, I've heard that Alcott wanted to write more books like Fatal Love Chase, but the publishers wanted her to write cute books for young girls. Yep, common story. And it does talk about that a little bit more at the back when they get into the how it was never published in her lifetime. And that was likely why. And oh, it's £1 and 26 pence shillings. What comes after the pounds? Okay, let me know. But it's cheap on Kindle in the UK. That's the point. I'm going to have to find that. Yeah, check your libraries. Project Gutenberg might have this for free if you want to read the ebook. Let me know because if enough of you want to read it, like I'm thinking we should read this in a reading sprint one day so that we can all sit there and just be crazed. Right. We need to enjoy the spoilers together. Oh, it didn't come up for you. Oh, Oh, we have to help. Yeah, check Project Gutenberg. They're online and you can read it online. You can download it onto your computer. I haven't looked, so I don't know for sure that it's on there, but it's old enough it should be in the public domain. So hopefully you'll be able to find it. This was very much ahead of her time. Yes, she was. She was. And she's an excellent writer. So Christina said Stephen King was an English teacher for a while from America. Yeah, that might be why. Also, this was published way earlier, so, let me see when this particular one this was in 1995, so depending on what he was known for in 1995, they might have felt like it made sense. Or they were likely marketing this as a thriller, so in that sense, Stephen King would make sense. Jamie said, "I actually did read it, the weekend you got it, and it was on a community free shelf." Makes sense. Dee said, "Never mind, I was on the app, so it didn't show up." Okay, awesome. Jamie said, "I brought it home and within 6 hours had finished reading it." Yeah, because I mean, it's promising to be a fast read. Like the print in this is pretty large. I even read a couple of pages and it went by pretty quickly. Pence? Like Mike Pence? I'm confused, Dee. What are we talking about? Oh, Pence, as in can you tell I'm American? I'm like, pence? What are pence? Like, okay, okay, 1 pound 26 pence. Which I'm still thinking Mike Pence. So now I'm just saying 26 of him. Oh my gosh, I need to go to a different country. And Smira said, "I'll read it with you." Yes, let's do it. Let's do it. We need to figure this out. Christina says it's $1.99 on Kindle here, but I found it at the library. Yeah, I really think even on like Hoopla or something like that, some library app, you'd be able to get it. Keisha says the uncensored Dorian Gray only has 13 chapters. A lot of the info on Sylvain was added later. Oh, interesting. And there's more detail about Basil's affection towards Dorian. Right. Yes. I figured there would be more between about Basil and Dorian because I felt like that was heavily hinted. But that's interesting that Sybil, I bet Sybil was added to decrease the amount of Basil affection, if you know what I mean. That's interesting. Jamie says there is a love triangle. Oh, but not enough to make it a romance. Darn, I was hoping for some Thomas Hardy love pentagons. It starts out romantic, but shifts really fast. Yeah, I'm already getting that sense. It's on par with Patricia Highsmith's books. Not familiar with her, but intrigued. And Dee Dee's laughing. Christina says, "I put a hold on it, so as soon as it comes in, I'm up for it." Okay, okay, okay. Yes, I see a Barnacle Buddy read already, like working itself up. So, yeah. So next week, everybody update me. Let me know if you've gotten a hold of a copy, and we will figure that out. And Rope Crewman says, spoiler. Uh, is that Dorian Gray is really Hamlet's father? That is so funny. I don't know, I'd almost say Henry was, because that's why he was he was, like, quoting him. Oh my gosh. Sue says, "Just got a long" yes, yes, people. Dee Dee says, "I love how you say basil. You say basil." Oh, yes, true, I didn't think about that. You would say basil. Yes, no, it's basil. Basil. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? I like that. You've got that nice "ah." Mine's a whole bunch of A's. Yes, when I eventually reread, it'll definitely read from the uncensored version. Yeah, same. And yeah, okay. So I'm glad I've totally hyped us all up on this. I read the first like chapter of this, and like I'm warning, it's a little on the cheese side at times to me as far as sensational novels go. But yes, yes. All right, let's go into another sprint. So we'll go ahead with that. I'll do another hour for us. I think I just needed a shorter break. I don't know. And Christina said, "I say basil different depending on whether it's the name of a person or the plant." Oh, interesting. So do you say basil for one and basil for the other? What would you say if it was a person? I feel like I'd say basil either way. Kisa says, "I'm thinking I'm going to read Rebecca now." Yes, Rebecca, so good. Is it a reread? First time? Let me know. Rope says, "Yes, we like to use our vowels like the fonts." Hey, yeah, that's so true. And yes, same, Christina. Yeah. Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, I only have one basil in me. That's for sure. Okay, basil. Okay, basil's. Oh, and basil's the plant. Interesting. I don't think I've ever met a person named Basil. So I think that's probably why I only have one. Yeah. And the herb you say the way you're saying it now. But do you say herb with an H? See, because then we part yet again there, Dee. Because I'm definitely a herb person, but I would fight with my best friend in middle school, whose parents are both from England, that they were herbs. There was no H in my basil. Anyway, all right. Let me take us back into a sprint. We'll go for an hour this time so people can read Rebecca and all their books and finish their books and maybe get a copy of The Long Fatal Chase. Oh my gosh, I can't wait, guys. Try not to read it when you get it, because trust me, like even the name of the guy, I'm not going to give it away. I will just let you come across that on your own. Anyway, I will see you in an hour. Happy reading. Hello, welcome back. How did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went well. This time I actually finished all my daily pages in Jonathan Strange. So I reached the top of chapter 42. Um, so I am more than halfway through the book, just a little bit over halfway through the book. Well, here it looks like I'm more than halfway through the book, but I'm on page like 460 and there's 850 pages in the book. So I don't know why it looks like I'm more than halfway through, but I'm only about halfway through. And it's going well. There's definitely some things, elements building. So when we left off, we were talking about basil and basil, and I figured out the other way of saying it, and now I totally forgot. But then we were talking about herb and herb. Herb is what I say when it's a guy. And Dee Dee was saying, I say herb how you're saying it now. And Keisha says definitely herb and not herb. Yep. And yeah, with the H, herb. Yep. And basil, that's the other one, right? I think usually when people say basil, that's when they're talking about a guy. And then basil is the herb or herb. And Teresa says, Rebecca is my favorite. I want to reread it soon. Yeah, I just read Rebecca last year, and it was one that I was like, oh, I will definitely reread this book at some point. And yeah, oh, was it Hitchcock's first color film? Huh. I'm trying to think if the movie was even in color. I'm sure it must have been, but that was not what stood out to me. But I think it's because Hitchcock and there's so many elements to his movies that I sometimes feel like it doesn't matter whether or not they're in color or not, especially given the color at the time. But yeah, I guess it was in color, but I liked his version of it. Rope says, just kidding. Rebecca was his first film produced in the US. Okay, his first color film was My Namesake. Oh, interesting. Oh. But yeah, okay, but it wasn't Rebecca. Yeah, because Rebecca's in black and white. I really don't remember. Because I feel like there was color at the end. It's so hard to tell because you could do color film at the time, but he kept a lot of his movies in black and white. So that's why it's so confusing. And Samara said, I just ordered my copy and it should be in next week. Yes, 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 yes. Will it be here by next Monday? Or do we need to wait until the Monday after? Like, let me know. Let me know. And Kay is starting the Ladies of Grace Adieu. Nice. And when Philip Tempest, charming, devastatingly handsome, and almost twice Rosamund's age, mysteriously appears one stormy night. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That is how it begins. Yes, Philip Tempest appears on a stormy night. Kay says he finds a peach ripe for plucking. I am willing to pay for my pleasure if necessary. Oh my gosh. Louisa is taking the long road. Yes, and it was a long, hard road to take. So many of her other books listed discreetly have descriptions like the above. I had her as a comfy little lovely book lady. I know. I think that's what like drove me. We're still going back to the long fatal chase here, guys, in case you missed it. Um, but I think that was what struck me about Louisa May Alcott was I was like, this is not the genre that I think of when I think of her. You know, it's like taking Anna Green Gables and being like, here's the dark romance that you didn't know that Montgomery wrote on the side. And Nani says, I wanted to read, but I remember that I have schoolwork. Ah, yeah, that happens. Well, hopefully you got a decent amount done. You hope I finished fast to start reading. There you go. That's always nice when that happens. And Kay said, no reading here. My iPad died and my book is on Everand. Okay, so not read just yet. Fair enough. Good break. Jessica, yay, you did make it. Your alarm plan didn't work out. Oh no. Yeah, see, that was my fear, Jessica, was I was like, no, I I was like, I know Jessica, because Jessica was on yesterday and I was telling her, oh, I'll be on to 5, so maybe you'll make it. And so she was talking about coming on and joining me as co-hosting, which I was like, I don't know if that's gonna work, Jessica, because as I recall, like usually by the time you're on, I'm in like my last sprint. So that's why I was like, how about I contact you the next time I do a late night one? Which I'm thinking maybe the long fatal chase needs to be a late night sprint. Like a Friday night starting at 10 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Well, welcome, Jessica. Glad to have you here. Heather says, fun. Can you name the book of the famous houses? Pemberley, Thornfield Hall, Misselthwaite Manor, Manderley, Netherfield Park, and Thrushcross Green. Okay, Pemberley. That was Austin, wasn't it? Pride and Prejudice? Hmm? Thornfield Hall was Jane Eyre. Misselthwaite. That doesn't sound forever familiar at all. Manderley was Rebecca. Netherfield Park. Ooh, and Thrush. Oh man, I'm batting like pretty low there. Pemberley. I feel like I should really know Pemberley, and it's not coming to me. He says my next book is book 49 of the year. I always start strong and then dip in summer and slow right down before the final month Christmas reading. I hear you there. I usually dip down somewhere around this time of the year, and then I pick back up as we go into summer. And this Kiwi says, just settling down to finish The Tomb of Hercules, did morning medication stuff, and tried to get kitty cuddles, but they just ignored you. Those cats, Jessica. Sue said, finish my book. Nice. I love a mystery where I am completely stumped by who did it. Now to get lunch. That does sound satisfying, Sue. Well, congrats, and I hope you have a yummy lunch. And Metzley, you must be back home. Yes, I'm back home, and so on the usual account. Yes, so that I don't get confused and start having like time warpy things going. But now that I know, I might remember that in the future. We'll see. You were able to get around 40 pages on your way here, but now I have to do I'm assuming it's homework or some sort of work. Something that makes the penguin blue waving with tears. Oh, I love how it doesn't show the emojis on my end. I wonder if it shows the emoji when it's down here for you guys, or if you are also not seeing an emoji. And Nani Paji says, ooh, how does that work? You have daily pages for how many books? Yeah, so what I'll do is if I have a book that I'm not going to read straight through, but maybe I want to finish it in a certain amount of time, I will divide it up into a certain number of pages that I need to read each day. So for Jonathan Strange, I started this on Monday of last week, and I want to finish it by the end of March. So I've literally taken the 840 whatever pages and divided it by 14. And that gave me, I think I'm reading 60 pages every day. So every day I just make sure that I get 60 pages of this read. I did the same thing with Dorian Gray, where I had a certain number of pages I wanted to read each week. And I'm doing the same thing with the Arabian Nights, where I'm reading 10 pages a day. So I don't do that with everything that I read. It's usually just with books that I'm reading over a longer period of time. So if I had anything else that I was picking up right now, I'd just read straight through it whenever I had free time after I got my daily pages in. So hope that makes sense. Jaleesa is 87% into The Woman Who Could Fly. Ooh, probably going to finish it. Jamie says, I got 44% into God's Grove, doing well. Nani is on 41% of The Fury. Ooh, by Alex Michaelides. Is that how you pronounce their last name? I always forget. But ooh, how's The Fury? I've seen all sorts of different books by them. Rope says hello, got through a chapter of Trials of Apollo, spent the rest of the sprint driving down the street to drop off 8 library books, and stopped by a local coffee shop so you could arrange a informational interview for my English for Business class. Cool. Very cool. Well, see, that's the nice part of longer sprints is you can get all that done and be back. So welcome back. Way to be get all the things done. including driving around in your car. And Samara says, I got to fold some laundry and finished another chapter or so of my book. Very nice. Christina, ooh, you got your long shower in. Your head is feeling better and you're warmer. Nice. Now I can read and do laundry. Very good. Sherry said, amazing. I just finished my book. Not sure what you'll do next. Pick up another book. Get another book. Amberly said, finished Witch King, and it was fine. I wanted to like it more than I did, but I think future books in the series could turn it around for me. Okay, that's fair. At least you know you're liking it well enough to continue. Walk in the Woods has 4 pages left to finish your book. No idea what you will pick up next. Ooh, what are some options? What do you like? What do you have? Tammy says, please wait an extra week to begin Long Fatal Love Chase. I'm ordering a copy too. Will do. Will do. Yep. As many of us as possible, Tammy, need to read this book. So I will wait. So we will do it not next Monday, but the Monday after will be dedicated specifically to a Long Fatal Love Chase. So mark it down on your calendars so we can all sit there and be like, what? And probably run, girl, run. And Christina says hi to Jessica. It sounds more like after hours subject material anyway, so maybe yes to that. That's true. Yeah, maybe we'll have to do it on a Friday night, 2 Fridays from now, the week after next. I will do an announcement. I'll at least put something on the community page and I'll mention it in next week's chat, more specific date. Yes, after hours worthy. Sounds yeah. Nicole, yeah. It's a yeah, we'll do that. Anne says 150 pages left. I'm hoping that I can finish today. Awesome. I'm sure you will, Anne. Sherry says, I have 3 books started: Steal Like an Artist, Murder She Wrote, and Seer of Shadows. I vote for Murder She Wrote. Read that next, because that's a hilarious title. Anne says, try Google. Yeah. And how was the picture of Dorian Gray? It was good. It was really good. It was really interesting. There's so much going on so many levels, and I have so many thoughts. I liked it, but I wasn't like in love with it. There were a few things that he did that I personally just don't like in books. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about that on Saturday if you want to come and hear and have us spoil the book for you. Kay says, I loved Dorian Gray. Yes, you did, Kay. I want to hear more about that. Yeah, Kay just finished it today. I finished it today. There's a couple of people still reading. Rope says Arabian Nights is a chunker. Yes, it is. Glad you're reading it, though. That and Tale of Genji are 2 gigantic classics that I've always wanted to read but procrastinated due to length. I would say, Rope, that Arabian Nights holds up really, really well to just reading 10 pages a day. Or you could even do just slightly more than that. But I literally am just reading it every morning when I have my coffee. So for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, I drink my coffee really slow. And it works really well that way. Tale of Genji, I read at the end of last year over Christmas. Like, actually, that's not true. I read it from like November to December, or maybe it was October to December. So I spread it out over 3 months. And that worked really well. I forget how many pages I was reading each day, but it was like 30 pages or something like that. So like an hour of reading it every day. And I really enjoyed that. So, and that also like is a lot of vignettes, so it doesn't suffer from breaking it up. So I hope you're able to figure out reading both of them at some point. Okay, and Christina says Pride and Prejudice, Jane Eyre, The Secret Garden. Oh, Rebecca, Pride and Prejudice again. Oh, is that true? Were you tricking us? No, no, because what? And then Wuthering Heights. Okay. Paul says, I will be switching to the Wolves of Kala soon. Ooh, sounds good. Heather says, Nani, I feel so about Dorian, and I'm really looking forward to Saturday's discussion. Me too. Me too. And that's how you read War and Peace. I did as well. I did the 80 Days with Tolstoy, which is now a book, but also a website to break up War and Peace. And I really liked that. Metzley says, I'm going to get the book so I can read that one with you guys. Yes, do, Metzley. Yeah. And seriously, guys, I don't have a problem with like setting this up to make sure that we can all read it. So if you're interested, just make sure you mention it and I will check in next week to make sure we all have it. But I'm thinking a Friday night once we all have it, like from 10 for a couple of hours until we stop laughing, hopefully not disturbing my whole family. So, but I think my husband's out of town Friday, so it might be on that Friday. And Christina says, "Yes, bingo." Oh, Christina. Oh, Heather, you tricked us. You put two different places in Pride and Prejudice on there. Tricky, tricky. Kay says, "I'm going to leave at the end of the chat, curl up in bed with my Arabian Night Volume 1. Yay. And leave my iPad to charge." Okay, sounds good. Builders are gone. It's 7:45. It's time to get cozy with your Arabian Nights. Very good. I hope you're enjoying it, Kay. It's so interesting. We can all be scandalized by Louisa May Alcott together. Yes, we totally, totally can. So I have very high expectations because I've been reading a lot of sensation novels by Wilkie Collins. So I'm hoping she's on that same level. And Metzley says, I have like 5 books started as well. I know. We all do. Yeah, I was before I finished The Picture of Dorian Gray, I was doing Dorian Gray, Jonathan Strange, Arabian Nights. I just recently finished The Waters. And yeah, so I had at least 4 going. And Kay says, thank you for a super productive day. 2 books finished. That's all been a great session today, as always. Well, I'm glad you could make it, Kay, and it was fun to be here with you. So I hope you have a good evening and rest well. So question as I keep reading through these, do you guys want to do 2 more sprints? I can do 2 45-minute sprints, or by the time I'm done with the comments, 1 1-hour sprint. So yes, the 2 45-minute, actually, it will have to be more like 2 30-minute sprints. Let's be honest, because 2 45-minute sprints keeps me on way longer. So I could do 2 30-minute sprints or 1 1-hour sprint. Let me know what you guys would prefer. Rope says, what time on Saturday? 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to put something in my community page. I will put a post out there today and again at the end of the week, reminding you guys what time that is at. Jamie says, I have the Tale of Genji, might be for a buddy group read this summer. Yes, there is a channel, I want to say Beautiful Minutia. There are people on YouTube who are doing a buddy read either sometime late this spring or over the summer with the Tale of Genji. So if you guys want people to read it with, you should definitely do that. I will reread Tale of Genji, but all my Tale of Genjis, I literally have it in multiple translations. All my Tale of Genjis are packed, and so I probably will not see them again until sometime next year. So I will not be rereading that anytime soon. But there is a group of people I know who are planning on reading it this year. Christina says Pemberley is Mr. Darcy's place and Netherfield is the Bingleys. Tricky, tricky. Yes, Westwell, Kay. And Heather says, yep, Netherfield is last. Yes. Yes, that is the line. And Keisha says, wait, which book are you thinking about, buddy, reading? Sorry, I got lost on which book we were talking about. Oh, yes, sorry, I stopped holding it up. We are talking about A Long Fatal Love Chase by Louisa May Alcott, the wonderful sensation novel of the woman who wrote probably the most like quaint, cute, cozy book on women. Um, yeah, yeah. So that's it. Um, so you have a book club or something? No, I do not. No, we just like randomly read books together. I have thought about starting a book club, but I have very mixed feelings about book clubs, which are that I end up feeling like I read books that I don't want to read. So what I'm doing right now, Nani, is that we're doing Barnacle Buddy Reads, where you can just, that's what I'm calling them, where you can buddy read anything that I'm reading. And in this case, we're going to read it semi together online, but I'm finding that my second favorite way to read a book, especially with a group of people, is on Storygraph. So I probably will put this up on Storygraph as well, because then you can read at your own pace. And as you read and update your Storygraph, it unlocks, and so that you're not getting spoilers, but you can write spoiler comments. It's hard to explain. I should maybe do a video on it at some point. But yeah, but that's what we're doing. So if you would like to read A Long Fatal Love Chase, we will all be reading that together at some upcoming sprint that I will announce. Christina says, I watch the version with Colin Firth regularly. Yes, that is the only version of Pride and Prejudice that exists. That he says, because I heard that next Saturday you're going to discuss the picture of Dorian Gray. Oh, yes, yes, I see. Yes. Next Saturday, this upcoming Saturday, March 30th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the US, I will be co-hosting a live discussion of the picture of Dorian Gray. So and it should be streamed to my channel. So you can just come to my channel then and you should see the post and stuff on that at some point coming up. Okay, Tammy says 1 hour. Christina says 260 minutes. No, no luck, Christina. Dee Dee says 60. Okay, so we're going for the, oh, Keisha, you missed out. You got outvoted here. So we'll do the 60-minute. That's fine. And Dee Dee's laughing at Christina. I know, she's always trying to get more in. We love Christina for that. And Heather says, "Oh, Christina, that's my favorite movie in the works." Yes, yes. Christina, I do like the long ones. 60 is good. Yep. Samira said, "Okay, gotta get going." Okay, thanks for joining. It was fun having you here. And I hope to see you next Monday if you're able to make it. I'm here every Monday from 9 to 2 usually, and sometimes until 5. And Kay says, Christina flexing those rules, right? Oh, yes, Colin Firth. That's right. Yes, 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 becoming your world. Yes, yes. And then it will lead in well to catch Melissa on here sprints that start in just over an hour. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that'll be perfect. And Kay, I will be logging Dorian Gray has exhausted me. Yeah, I'm going to log him later today, but probably later this evening. Rope says, Cuento de Jindy in Espanol. You said multiple translations. Oh, yeah. No, it's all multiple translations into English. Wouldn't it be great if I don't know if it's been translated into Spanish, but there's multiple different translators who have translated Genji into English, and I have most of them. And yeah, unless we're gonna read it in the original Japanese. I wish, man, don't you? I totally wish I could. Kay said, I will read The Fatal Chase, but your late night after hours seduction sprints will be way too late for me. Oh, that's true. 3 to 4 a.m., but I will watch it in the morning after and hear the gossip. Okay, well, there you go. So you can read it earlier in the evening for UK or the next day and then rewatch it. Yes, that's true. I will have to think about that because if we have enough people from the UK and overseas who want to read it with us, then maybe a middle of the afternoon will be better. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. Stay tuned. And Jamie says, I like storygraph method. As soon as I commit to a specific schedule for a book, life happens and it doesn't work. I agree. That's what I like about the storygraph is that I can read it all in one sitting if I want to. I don't have to spread it out. I can do whatever. And you can see all the action on storygraph. Rope says, yes, I like this more informal structure. I also know from personal experience that when you formally make book club, it's a lot of work to keep it going and keep people engaged. I agree. Whereas we all get excited about random books and then want to read them and then bam, it's done. Yep. I agree. Keisha says, are you doing any more sprints this week or just the discussion on Saturday? As of right now, Keisha, just the discussion on Saturday. It is my son's spring break this week, so I may do a pop-up sprint. So if you, you know, um, have subscribed to my channel and the little notification thing, you'll be notified if I do any other sprints this week. But typically, I just sprint on Monday. And so Nani says, I love this. This is my first time in one of your live videos, and I fell in love with your vibe. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I've enjoyed having you here. So I'm glad that you are enjoying yourself. And Rib says, I mean, it's a lot of fun and very rewarding, but what you've got going is a lot less pressure and still allows for a regularly scheduled time slot. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I've kind of done it this way, because I think it's more realistic for me to keep doing it. Maybe it's being an educator for so many years, but I feel like the experience of informal buddy reads and storygraph threads because it doesn't feel like an assignment. We still get to learn things. from each other. Yes, I think that is a great way of putting it, and that I think that's also what I really like about it. So I'm on the same page as you, Rope. All right, let's get into our last hour of sprinting together. And I'm going to go ahead and set our timer. That was a really good discussion. I'm excited for our upcoming vertical buddy read. This will be technically, in some ways, the first one. Not really. I guess we did kind of all jump on it. So, anyway, there's our timer for an hour. Happy reading, and I'll see you in a bit. Okay, welcome back. I totally forgot to put up that that was our last sprint, so there we go. Now it's on there. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. I really confused myself for a second there and accidentally clicked to a different tab. Anyway, how did that sprint go for you guys? I did a lot of updating in my reading journal, in my channel content journal, and all of the journals. I did read a little bit more in Jonathan Strange because I know I'm going to have to work on Wednesday and I don't want to fall behind. So I'm trying to get just slightly ahead in that. And yeah, and then I got a whole bunch of texts and stuff. So that was it for me that round. So I did get through in general today I got a lot done. I did my 10 pages in Arabian Nights. I read the last 30 some odd pages I had in The Picture of Dorian Gray, and I got through 60 plus pages in Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell. So lots of reading done today. I had a great time hanging out. I hope you guys did too. So let's check in and see how this final sprint went for you guys. Kay said the Virgin Voyage of the Barnacle Buddy Read. Oh wow. Yes. Extra night night. Okay, bye Kay. Yeah, because I was gonna say, Kay, I thought you were going to bed. So yes, but yes, the Virgin Voyage of the Barnacle Buddy Read. And Heather said good night to Kay as well. Metzley said, also, this way I get to read more than I usually do between home and school. I get to read something like that here. Yeah. And so finding you has been great for my reading. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Good. Yeah, it's fun to read with friends. So that's good. And Anne says, what is the name of the book? And I did see later that Dee Dee did put A Long Fatal Love Chase by Louisa May Alcott. So there it is again. And Paul said 43% done with Tangled Threads. Now switching over to the other book for the night. Very nice. You got a lot of reading and other things done today, Paul. Glad to hear it. Again, that's the name of the other book. And I'm thinking what I'll do, guys, is that I will put a little place for us to chat about this on my Discord, and so that way, um, in fact, let me get you guys a link to my Discord. And so that way you can keep up to date there. That will probably be, um, what am I even trying to say? I apparently can't do the two things at the same time. So I'm going to drop a link for you guys for my Discord in the comments, and I will create a section um, for us for A Long Fatal Love Chase. So we can keep up to date there just as to when we want to do the read together and that kind of thing. But for the buddy reading part of it, where we talk about spoilers and stuff once we start reading it, I will set something up on Storygraph, but I will also include that in the Discord. So I will set up a Barnacle buddy read general discussion section on my Discord. Um, but I'll keep mentioning it here and I'll do a community post and it'll be all over the place. Servasha says, I noticed the end of sprints, but I just got home from work. I'm glad I could pop in for a bit. Me too, Servasha. Glad you made just a bit at least. And Jessica says, read another chapter, may need to switch for a bit. There are more chases in this book than an Indiana Jones movie. It just doesn't let up. Yes, I know that feeling. I've read books like that, and then I start to like get out of breath myself. Jessica said, I also need breakfast, but my cat Neo has other ideas. And you're trapped under a cat, right? And Paul said, made it to page 48. Nice, Paul. Sue said, read 2 chapters of Soaring Time in Magnolia Bloom, had lunch, and tried to explain to my husband why he can't learn Spanish. Why can't he learn Spanish? Now I want to know too, Sue. And Christina said, I read 1 whole chapter. Nice. Nani said, ooh, I made progress to 51% of the Fury. Nice. Very good. Coda said, have a great day, Note and friends. See y'all around. Definitely, Coda. I'm sure we'll see you on and off throughout the day and chats and weeks. Jamie said not much reading that sprint, made progress on laundry though. Very good. That's important too. Springtime in Magnolia. Okay, I was like, that's a really interesting book title, Sue. But you notice how I just went with it? Mommy says, oh, show us your journal. Oh, sure. So I have two. This is my content one. It's sort of a oversized, almost 8 by 10. I feel like it's a little narrower than an 8 by 10. Costco. And in this, I literally just plan what I'm going to put, like when I'm going to post stuff for my channel and like ideas. And I just do it kind of semi bullet journal style. I'm trying to get to a page that like will be clean enough and not scrawled. So I will have like a page like this for the month where on this side I will number it 1 through 10. 1 through 10. I will number it with the days of the month. And then I will fill in like what I'm going to post on each of those days. And then on the other side, I will put like different content that I know has to happen that month. So like that I want to post my TBR for sure. If I'm doing a buddy read, like the Dorian Gray live show would go on there, those kind of things that I'm definitely doing each month so that I can check them off and make sure that they're done. So let me see if I just switched to this journal. Well, here's what February's looks like. So I do have February planned out, but it's in a different journal. Because I realized I needed more room. And then the rest of it is just blank pages after the 12 months, and they literally just have things like list of books and when I all the information I will need for when I do a thumbnail and upload my video, like what tags I want to put on and that kind of stuff. So that is my content journal. And then, sorry, I'll let the camera correct itself. There we go. And then this is my reading journal. And I just bought this online. That's the company. Oops. Oh, it kind of focused for half a second. Okay, well, it focused on it for half a second, but this is my reading journal, and it's just a pre-printed reading journal. It has a place to put your books to be read, your books that you finished, favorite books, books you DNF'd, books you borrowed, and then the vast majority of it is this back section, which is just a 2-page spread. Looks like that. That is of for you to review books. So I didn't want to have to do like a whole journal because I was like, I don't want to spend all my time making the journal spread. I want to spend it filling it out and reading it. So that's what I use. Christina says, "Oh, I also got all the laundry done. Nice. You almost forgot to get the laundry done or forgot that you got the laundry done." And Nani says, I also ate with my mother. Nice. She just got out of the hospital like for a week. So I'm trying to spend a lot of time with her. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that she's back home, hopefully feeling better, and that continues to go well for you and her. And Dee Dee says, I read 22 pages and chatted with your mom. Oh, everybody's spending time with their mom. I'm going to have to call my mom and see how she's doing today. And Jaleesa said, made it to 99% of The Woman Could Fly. I have 2 chapters left. I'll be listening to The Glass Castle until I get off of work. Woo, yes, enjoy it. Have you started it yet, Jaleesa? Paul says, pose to rain all day for the next 2 days. Okay, yeah, lots of good reading time there, Paul. That is so true. And Issa says, I've read a lot thanks to the sprints. Awesome. So did I. And Keisha says, I read a few chapters of Rebecca. I'm really enjoying the writing so far. Thanks for the sprints. You're welcome. Enjoy Rebecca. It is a ride. And Rope says, I completed lessons in Spanish on Duolingo. Oh, nice. And checked the oil level on your car. Okay, 2 very unrelated but interesting things. So, and Jessica says, I read a combined of 60 pages within these sprints. Yay! And you weren't even on that long. And Metzley said, I made it to page 130 with Jurassic Park. Awesome, awesome. Rope says, up next, lesson plans. Oh, okay. Good luck with that. But glad you got it going. And there is the link. And yay, Tammy just joined the Discord. Yay. Sue said he can't remember. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that, Sue. Yes, that your husband has dementia. I believe you mentioned that before. Yes, that is tough. I mean, I guess he could try, but not if it's going to frustrate him. So I can totally understand that. And thank you, Vargas. I think they're pretty as well. And Rope said, just join the Discord and introduced yourself. Well, excellent. So, yeah, so that is it for today. That is the end of the comments that I can see. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I always have a wonderful time on these sprints, and I hope you do too. And it's always fun when we have extra time together because I feel like I get a ton of reading done. It seems like you guys all got a ton of reading done today. So yeah, it is super nice and sunny out, and it's almost 60 degrees here now. I think I'm gonna go outside and go for a nice walk, come home, have dinner with my family, and probably adult for a little bit, and then talk to you guys on Discord, update stuff on Storygraph for the picture of Dorian Gray, make sure all my posts and all that are up, and then sit down and read something else tonight. So that is it. I hope to see you guys again soon. And I hope some of you can make it on Saturday at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, US, to the Picture of Dorian Gray live show discussion, because that will be awesome. You're welcome for the sprints. It was great seeing you today, Dee Dee. Thanks for coming. Thank you for coming too, Sue. I did have a good time. Jessica said if you need more sprints, hey, Melissa is now sprinting. Thank you for letting me know, Kiwi. Kiwi. I'm just now reading your name. Thank you for letting us know, Jessica. And somebody else, I think Jessica, you also mentioned that Mel is on now too, I think. I might be wrong. So I know there should definitely be a couple people on right now. I need to be better about remembering to check that before I get off. So if you, like Jessica said, if you need more reading sprints, there are definitely people out there right now who are sprinting. But for now, that's it for me today. And I will see you guys all next time. Have a great evening.